Hello, my name is Marcus. I'm the compiler of a collection of therapy quotes entitled 1001 Windmills of the Mind, a collection of advanced self-help quotes taken from what's often called the psychodynamic or the psychoanalytic perspective, which long ago, as I understand, was referred to by some as philosophical medicine or narrative medicine, helping one to, as one shrink put it recently, get our soul back into our body. The theory being that the baby has a sense of being in soul, in body, if the feminine principle, the feminine element, this quality of beingness, we all have this connection to our beingness, our ontological self, our sense of self. Yeah, I feel that for M, this self, this alive, real, alive feeling, and called embodiment. Um, so we're kind of whole originally like that. But with babyhood trauma, that quality of us called the beingness or the soul flies away. It can flash freeze and get sent away. And this pattern, this psychology, can be symbolized in an infinite number of ways. So, in one fairy tale, the beingness is symbolized by a maiden king, the maiden king. See, normally the maiden king runs the show. Okay, the maiden means the feminine, means your feelings, your being, your resting, your receptivity, your connection to yourself, the beingness, your home within feeling. And then you're ethical and you're moral because your feelings are there when you have your beingness. I feel that for him. And with your beingness, you have all the capacities, gratitude, empathy, love, and tenderness. You have your beingness. So it is the extent that we come from this beingness. And when you have that beingness, it's the king because the king is symbolized with the masculine, i.e., the doing. So the doing side, when they say masculine in psychology, they mean like the doing, the actor. That's all it means. Nothing to do with gender. And the feminine, likewise, nothing to do with gender. It means your beingness. So everybody has a beingness called the feminine principle, the feminine element. Okay, I'm in a public place here, so there'll be a few little interruptions. Oh, I've had numerous interruptions getting this video started. My goodness. Okay, where are we here? The song you're hearing in the background is called Ni Kaui. I don't even know what it means. It's in the singer's original first language called Inaktitak. His name is Brian Andre, a well-known, famous Inuit singer, um, northern northern Quebec kind of area, something like that. He's got two albums out, and we have two of his songs on our soundtrack. This being one of them. I think this is sort of his main hit, this Ni Kawi one, a bit of a classic, like a very nice little song, a melodic pop song like that. Um, it's probably a love song, probably saying how much she loves the girl. So yeah, Brian, first name Brian, last name Andre. The song is spelled Nikau. Okay, so that's oops. How are we doing here? Okay, let's get back on track here. Yeah, it's getting busier all of a sudden. When I arrived, it was nice and quiet, like 10 minutes. Now it's picked up. So let's pick. Let's continue here. So, um, so the general consensus: we're meant to be embodied. We're meant to have this feeling of beingness. The Great Spirit gives everybody a unique beingness. So, so that when we're conscious of it, we can express it. That's delight and meaning and pleasure, shining a light. Everyone's better off like that. That's the natural state of affairs. And with your beingness, as mentioned earlier, there are various capacities. Because there's a beingness, there's someone who feels pleasure. There's someone who can admit sadness, okay, and then get joy comes back. So we can mourn, we can feel pleasure. Um, and so that's a huge issue because if a person doesn't have their beingness, um, they won't mourn losses because if there's a loss, somebody felt the loss, but there's no somebody there, meaning the authentic somebody. The false somebody you create in response to the loss of your authentic self, that doesn't more losses. Some false illusionary construction based on narcissistic needs, the trauma of the past, using defense mechanisms and rationalizations, that can't mourn. That's not your authentic self. You need an authentic self, an I. You need that kind of I to be able to mourn. So that's very important to have the I there, obviously, because if we don't mourn, that leads to complicated grief, aggravated grief, the derailment of the grief process, pathological nostalgia, melancholia. And because of the pain of this, there'll be manic defenses. So that's a huge topic like that. And over time, when they're reminded of losses, since they can't admit losses, it accumulates a snowball. So every little loss reminds them of all the previous unprocessed losses, has a snowballing effect and a kindling effect with the age. And a person becomes a curmudgeon, stingy, grumpy, bitter, all those Scrooges and Grouch kind of characters, because they can't mourn losses. Uh, so it's natural to be able to admit a loss, that you needed something, it was lost, and the natural response is grief. And then when you express it, it's called mourning. So we're supposed to mourn when there's a loss, but a person's got to mourn. Now, if you lose that person status, meaning your differentiation, your beingness, you can't mourn. That's pathological mourning, and that's a lot of problems out there because, like Kristen, sorry, I've been saying Kristen Wilson. My apologies to Miss Wilson. It's Kirsten Wilson, and that might be a mistake. It might be Kirsten Wilson. I got to figure out how to pronounce her first name properly. So it's either Kirsten or Kirsten. For the time being, let's go with Kirsten, Kirsten. Now, when I say her name like that, I mean the one who is the leader and the founder of a theater company in Colorado, Boulder, Colorado. I noticed. Not much material about her. There's just a short interview with her on YouTube. But I mentioned but she did a very good speech called "Ooh My Soul," which we've played in the past. So maybe we'll play it again later here, or maybe not. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So in that speech of hers by Kirsten Wilson, she has a very good line in there, a very memorable line for me. She says, "If you're not in your body, you're not making sense, literally, and it's disembodied discourse that causes all these problems and things out there because they're not making sense." So when you have your beingness, you're going to make sense because you have your sense of self. Okay, if you have your sense of self, you're fine. You're home within. You're at peace within. You have the feelings. Um, you have a wide range of feelings, needed feelings, appropriate feelings, and you can mourn, you can feel pleasure. Um, there's gratitude, and if there's a mistake in your learning process, you can identify what you feel badly about. It's called an apology, and then you want to make amends and reparation. And there's creativity and spontaneity, and there's affection, and you don't have to split your body and mind. So in intimacy, you don't have this issue where you got to split. Well, physical, yes, but emotional, no. So then you got promiscuity to maintain that defense that you can't unite body and mind if it's split like that. That's why people have a lot of this issues around um, the promiscuity area. So we have a quote about that coming up. So that's why I mentioned it. Yeah, I got a conversation started up just beside me here. That's probably going to go on for a while. Geez, funny. I've been having a hard time getting my videos going lately. I was at the mall yesterday. I was into the video. Sure enough, there was all these things going on. I had to cancel and bail on it. Um, so let's see if I can. Let me see if there's another spot. Let me take a peek first. Hang on a second. Oh yeah, maybe we can go over here. Yeah, maybe I'm gonna move over here. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, good, good. Okay, let's do this. Let's move it over here then. Things have calmed down over here. Yeah, let me pack up my stuff. Um, I want to keep this recording. Yeah, hold on a sec. Give me 5 minutes. Is that going to be okay for a while? Okay, let's try this for a bit. Okay, let's try this for all these chairs. Okay, okay. I keep all my bloopers. I have a lot of anxiety. You'll see my anxiety in these videos. I have not been analyzed, unfortunately. I'm not a shrink or analyst, obviously, because of that. The basic 101 requirement in order to be a helper is you have to have been helped yourself first, obviously. So I'm trying to learn this perspective, and what's helping me to learn is to talk about it. That's what I'm kind of learning it myself. So to give back is that the quotes are posted below. So there's two ways to get these 10,000 quotes now through here on the channel, and for convenience through the link there for a minimal sort of admin kind of fee, price of a coffee kind of thing. It's an incredible resource, very hard to find quotes, very clear, very helpful. Um, so um, I think the idea is to sort of pick up the way the shrinks think, because then you can process things, and that helps you to not panic. So if you understand what's going on, um, it soothes the limbic system, and you can be present, and your life force can be for the present. If you don't know what's going on, you might regress to the limbic system, and then you have the stress response. So if you know what's going on, you can. You're not projecting too much. Like if you're triggered in the past, let's say, like something triggers you, and that's the limbic stuff. So you're afraid like that, obviously. So, but you don't know that you're triggered, but you're feeling the fear of the past coming to you. So, but if you identify it's a trigger as something, you well, what reminded me of the past? Oh, that just reminded me of the past. Oh, okay. Then so you make a link that was symbolic of what in the past maybe, or make the inference or try to guess around. Then you realize, well, you're not in the past, you're in the present. That just reminded you of your past. That's all it was, kind of thing. Um, so the analytic sort of shrink mind is to make inferences, look for patterns, identify your defense mechanisms, see if you can make conscious what's unconscious. Um, you got to resolve oppositional thinking. Forget about jungle slogan thinking, adversarial thinking, either or thinking, black or white thinking, my greed or your greed thinking. Any kind of simplistic either or, that's trauma. That's trauma. The healing is it's both and. You got to look for both and. The third side of the coin that holds the other two sides. Both and thinking, vertical thinking, three-dimensional thinking, the diamond approach. The facets. Something's inclusive because you're coming. Because when you get that, that means you understand. To get there, you get the story of your parents. Then you realize that the mother was impaired. She was wounded. She was traumatized. So that's why she couldn't love. Um, but she would have if she could have. Despite the fact that she couldn't, maybe she did some helpful things. Find a broader human, see her as a person like that. And that's, you got to get your story like that. Then you know the truth that she didn't love you. Then you get your feelings and your beingness. But to get your mourning, you got to admit the truth that the mother didn't love the baby. Now, when we say that dramatic phrase, we mean that the baby's needs didn't get met. If the baby's needs didn't get met, okay, he's terrorized like that. Obviously, his needs didn't get met. So he wasn't loved. So that's what another way of saying it, a more specific way of saying it. What do you mean the mother didn't love the baby? Oh, nonsense. How dare somebody suggest that the mother didn't love the baby? No, from the baby's perspective, not the mother's intention, her thoughts, or her pride, or what we expect. From the baby's perspective, if the mother's not meeting the baby's needs, he's passive and helpless and tiny and totally dependent on the mother, and the mother's not around for him, or doesn't understand his signals, misattuned, malattuned, confused, unavailable, or maybe she's using the baby for something on her end. Baby's needs aren't being met. If the baby's needs are not being met, he's either being punished, he thinks, he's being abandoned, rejected, unwanted. So that's like kind of like the analogy is like any animal in the savannah alone would be terrorized, thinking the tiger's going to come. So the baby's terrorized like this. So he thinks the mother's. So the baby, what's his understanding of the mother? So, well, because of the oneness, He feels enraged. He feels hungry to take him, the positive experience. So the mother's enraged, hungry, wants to take him in. He wants to take her in. He thinks she wants to take him in. So the baby thinks the mother's a devouring monster that wants to gobble him up. A boar queen, a cyclops, an alien, sea monster. So the witch won't eat me. Any kind of frightening entity in that kind of area. Okay, and some fairy tales are very good for that. They show you these things. We're not saying the mother's that. We're saying um, that's how the baby felt, basically. And you create a picture of that. Oh, that's my mother? Oh, poor baby, right? So from that perspective, if he now thinks his mother's a monster that wants to gobble him up, obviously his needs aren't being met. Um, so then we can simply say he wasn't loved. He wasn't properly loved. He wasn't properly loved. Okay? So he has to do desperate things in the mind. He's a mad genius with him. He's a mad genius, the baby, to figure out some tricks of the mind, maneuvers of the mind, operations of the mind, mechanisms of the mind, flip around, hocus pocus, auto hypnosis, trick. He's got to flip it around to repress, split off, compartmentalize, disavow, split off, disassociate, hallucinate here, make up here, flip flop here. He's got to do all these tricksy, topsy turvy things in his mind. It's kind of chaotic like that, just to get away from the pain, to repress the pain, and then hallucinate a goddess. Oh, there's mother. Okay, now wait a minute, there's no mother here. So you're dealing with the monster. Well, that's not his mother. Make up another one. There's the goddess. Well, there's his mother. He's doing all these tricks like this. And how does he have a mother? Well, he'll identify with the aggressor, maybe. He'll make the Faustian deal, the Faustian pact, the Faustian bargain called identification with the aggressor. So he's going to cross over. Mother hurts him, he'll hurt himself to please the mother. Because if he mimics the mother, the baby thinks it's his job to save the mother, cure the mother, because the baby wants to dance to whatever tune the mother's saying. So the mother might be saying from the baby's perspective, baby, look, I didn't get my needs met. You got to mother me. Okay, mother, I'll try to save you. I'll try to soothe you, mother you. I'll imitate you, mirror you, be one with you, because you didn't get the oneness with your mother, so I'll be the mother. I'll provide the symbiotic oneness for you. Okay, thank you, baby. So his needs aren't being met. Because of the pain of that, he crosses over, becomes her to maintain that duty. He thinks that it's his job to save the mother. Plus, he wants a loving mother. He wants a healed mother. So he's going to try to save the mother. So he's doing all these wild things like that. So that's a common one, the Faustian one. Too much pain, he crosses over like that. But a huge cost. He's got to sell a soul. The way his mother sold him out, he's got to sell himself out. So then he grows. Then he goes through life seeing others as him, treating them the way the mother treated him, because he's become her. He thinks others are him. In repetition compulsion, you replay the trauma. So he'll find the others as proxies for him. Imagine them as him crying for love, and then replay what happened to him. So originally he cried for love, mother said no. He becomes the no mother, so he's going to say no to himself, sell a soul like that. Okay, too much. It's way too painful to do this. So again, he's doing these tricks. So he'll do what's called scapegoating, externalized living, projection, blaming. He's got to make up something. He's got to make it up that others are him. You know, in his fantasy, in the timelessness of that part of the brain that doesn't know time, no time in that brain. Repetition compulsion. When there's trauma, we repeat, hoping to change the past, undo the past. No time. He's got to repeat the thing. So he's gonna, but this time he's always gonna be the no one, the one who says no to him. So he doesn't want to feel always mothers hurting him, saying no to him. It's too painful. So he'll become her saying no to himself. How's that gonna work? How's that gonna work? That's more pain. Exactly. Well, but it gives him the option to think that he can now use another defense mechanism called blaming and scapegoating. So he'll find others think that they're them, wanting love. Okay. Okay. He's gonna repeat the thing. So since the other is them crying for love, and he's the mother says no to him, and they're him, he says no to them. Now that's part A. Part B is he really is angry at the mother. So in that mentation, in that Alice in Wonderland topsy-turvy mentation, Netherland thinking, psychic Netherland, um, uh, dream world, myths and fairy tale world, okay, hocus pocus, auto hypnosis, double focus, flip flop. Okay. At the same time, on another level, at the same time as the person is shaming someone else who is them, they think the one they're shaming, the person who plays their own soul, at the same time is their mother hurting them. Now they're fighting with the one they just shamed. So there's a famous line from long ago: traumatized people hate the ones they hurt. So the baby who's hurt and he hates his mother, kind of thing. So others will play him. So he'll hurt them because mother hurt him. Now he hates his mother. So now flip flop, the one he just shamed is his mother. Now he hates the one he just hurt. Okay, so this is all fusion. There hasn't been any differentiation. His beingness, he didn't get enough love to be himself. He's still in that fusion like that, in that archaic kind of place. Oh, sorry. Still haven't cooled off yet. Jeez, I'm so sorry. This is the hotel that has very minimum. They're very thrifty on the AC. Actually, I'm tempted to go to the. There is another spot with AC across the path there. Um, just get okay. One sec here. One sec. This way. Okay, this way. I'm using this new budget phone. Still getting used to it. Yeah. Okay. Ah, hang in there. Um, Well, by the way, this is part three. This video will be part three of three on a special video run on the work of Miss Anne Teachworth from her book entitled "Why We Pick the Mates We Do." Interesting book, very analytically minded book, self-help books. Interesting theories. So we did parts one and two already, and this will be part three. And I want to do a bit of a preview of 2951 coming up. So we'll get there. And yesterday, the last video, part two, yesterday's video, sorry, the last one, 52, 29, oh boy, 29, uh, 40, 42, 29, 42. That was a fun video. We covered a lot of ground in that video. Um, we discussed a film called Forbidden Planet, 1956 film, Forbidden Planet. And then a very good follow-up to that, the Star Trek episode entitled um, Requiem for Methuselah, season 3, episode 19 of the original Star Trek series with Spock and all that. And then, so that they're kind of together. Like first you got the film, 1956, okay, Forbidden Planet. That's all about the unconscious. That whole film is just simply there to teach you that you have an unconscious, and it's powerful, and it's got wishes, it's got fantasies, and it motivates you, it influences you, it affects you. The whole purpose of that film, it's a sci-fi film. Apparently, it's like the first major budget sci-fi film ever done or something. The whole purpose was to teach you one basic thing: that yes, humanity's third narcissistic injury, that we have this iceberg metaphor image within us, that all the water, all the ice under the waters is the power that drives the iceberg. So that's the unconscious. And the energy of it is called the id. Um, and above the water, you got your conscious, and the conscious runs the whole thing. Oh, you're kidding. It's all that's underneath is mainly pushing it. It's just a rough sketch of metaphor, not a perfect metaphor. But we do have an unconscious. Should we mention that one briefly? Okay, why not? Why not? It's an important message. So I spent a lot of time on the Forbidden Planet on the past two videos. Yesterday, the last video in particular, however this video goes, the last one about the discussion on the forbidden planet, I would highly recommend anyone to read the quotes and maybe, if you don't mind my anxiety, follow along with the discussion because I thought I got it across finally. I stumbled a bit, but I finally got it across. Um, so I'll skip all the details and interesting things about it. Just provide like the gist of it. Okay, so um, if you're a filmmaker and you want to teach everybody that you have an unconscious, how would you do it? It's invisible, right? So you got to use metaphor, science fiction, metaphysical ideas, science fiction ideas. You got to find some vehicle to express visually and concretely, symbolically, something that's invisible. So how would you do that? Okay, so somebody came up with the idea. Well, let's go to this faraway planet, and that planet um, is mainly made up of this super alien advanced machinery. It's got 10,000 floors of, uh, of technology that's millions of years ahead of us. It does all these amazing things. And so it's a powerful, self-sustaining, self-cleanse, like self-maintaining, massive machine in the shape of a massive island or something, something like that. So you got this powerful kind of physical physics and mechanical system going on, and it's kind of self-sustaining. It's running. It's running. It's running. It's been going, and this was created by some advanced alien race or something long ago. Okay. Anyway, um, so the spaceship people they discovered this island 20 years ago. Or the first team arrived, and all the members um, didn't like the island or something. So we don't see them. But there was a couple who said, "I feel some affinity with this island here. I don't know with this planet. I feel some affinity here." So that they survived. So we start with them. So the metaphor means that those two, okay, a guy named Morbius and his wife, they didn't give us her name. Um, they felt some sense of connection to their unconscious. So that planet means the unconscious. It's a symbol for the unconscious. This autonomous, powerful thing, and it has various capacities, which I'll mention in a minute. So all it means is that um, when they, all it means is that the other crew members on that first ship or whatever, um, they were out of touch with the unconscious. They didn't want to admit the unconscious. They didn't believe the unconscious. So it gobbled them up. Meaning you're not going to be conscious in life. You're not going to be present in life. You're going to be in this. You're going to be in a trance. You're going to sleepwalk through life. You're just kind of unaware of yourself. So the images they say, well, they're not there. The unconscious took them over, so you don't really see them there. But the couple, they're curious about it all, so they're there. So we see the couple. Okay, that's so it starts off like that. So Morbius, his name is named after Morpheus, the Greek myth Morpheus, because I didn't know this, but Morpheus can also deliver messages from the unconscious. Okay, so when you get something into your consciousness from your unconscious, like when you wake up in the morning and you remember a dream sequence, that's like a letter from your unconscious to your conscious. And you got the messenger boy called Hermes flying the little letter there. Hey, conscious you, your unconscious has a message for you, a letter for you. Here it is for you. And it's kind of the message is you want to. So we consciously want to read that letter. And so John A. Sanford says, yeah, if you're unconscious, if your soul sends you a letter, don't you want to read it? If you send a letter to yourself, don't you want to read it? Kind of thing. So the image of this delivery, this this entry into your conscious like a messenger is a Hermes, but Morpheus can play that role as well. Morpheus, so they call him Morbius because he's in touch with the unconscious. He appreciates the unconscious, and he wants to learn the unconscious. And his job was a linguistics guy, so he was trying to study these ancient hieroglyphics type, not hieroglyphics, but something ancient like that. So he was trying to interpret his dreams, understand the planet. So he was trying to understand the language of the planet. That's code for how we try to understand our dreams, interpret our dreams. No time there, displacement there, symbolization. You know, your dreams come to you kind of coded. You got to unpack it by doing what's called free association. So you get a dream, and you just say to yourself, "Gee, wow, what's this?" Well, your unconscious is saying, "Hey, conscious, it's like this in your soul today." Oh, you're letting me know what's going on in my soul today, in my beingness, in my unconscious. Your energy's in there. Who you'd be had you been loved is in there. The knowledge of the trauma, the knowledge of your defense mechanism, the gifts and the capacities and the treasure and the gold of who you'd be had you been loved is in there. All your energies bound up in the trauma that prevented your beingness. So there's a lot of energy like that. And innate drive for healing, it wants you to be conscious. If you're conscious, and you can now know the trauma, so you can then feel what you couldn't have felt, because you can now know what you could have known, so you can feel what you couldn't have felt. It's called like the fighter bird and the phoenix and the healing release. You can emancipate yourself from mental slavery, sings Bob Martin. It's called a positive abreaction or an authentic abreaction, or simply a genuine catharsis or emotional release like that. And then that's a healing, that's an innate thing in nature that we can heal by getting back our feelings. So when trauma, the pin goes on a collar, we feel flat. The jargon is flat affect. Flat affect. Okay. Another term is athemolexia. No feelings for your words. In 73, another guy came up with a variation, alexithymia. No words for your feelings. Flat affect. So when the baby's traumatized at birth, the pin goes on a collar, meaning under the collar he's going to feel not really humming. He's not like the Velveteen Rabbit. He's going to feel like the Velveteen Rabbit, or like not really fully real, not really fully alive. Oh yes, you feel the pain of the. Um, you can feel like sensations and stress and pain and anxiety, but you're missing the golden ball stuff, like the primary feelings of the golden ball, like love and tenderness and the the warm glow of love, like that. Those kind of uh, primary feelings called the golden, symbolized as the golden ball. Inside our tooth, it's called joy and sadness represent the golden ball, but the joy and sadness got zooped away, just like the golden ball gets pulled down. So then you go back to the primitive brain, and that's visceral sensations. So yes, we feel the stress response, we feel pain, anxiety, sweating, or shallow breathing, or okay, so physiological, how the body reacts to when too much stress is entering in or too much adrenaline is entering in. Um, so the body, so the language of a in Inside Out 1, the first film, they show you the two groupings, um, or sets or kinds of or types of feelings. The primary ones from the feeling self, represented by joy and sadness, that got zooped away. That's the feeling, that's the embodiment one, that's the main one. We're meant to have that. If joy and sadness get zooped away, what do you got left? Well, you see it at the console: fear, anger, shame, disgust, anxiety, like that. Well, they showed you fear, anger, and disgust, which can also play with shame, like that. So they ran the console. Yikes! What a pitiful life. Fear, anger, disgust. Geez, that's it. No love or trust or feeling or play or warmth or beauty or delight. Just constant sarcasm and cynicism and schadenfreude and bitterness and jungle slogans, my greed to your greed. Just this infantile, bitter survival. We're not meant to be like that. That's a sign of trauma to come from this kind of jungle slogan thinking, adversarial thinking, either or thinking. Come on, we took us billions of years to become to grow the cortex, um, that and we're all one family. So that's reality like that. Let me take a peek at the regular spot if I can go back. Let's go there. I mean, I got to get into some kind of groove here. I had it when I began. I did a first take. I was in a groove and then I got interrupted. I had to reset it again. Some guy was just standing there beside me the whole time. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is like my seventh or eighth. Today's kind of rough getting the video going. Yeah, yesterday was rough too. It was so rough. I just bailed up altogether. I bailed altogether. Um, but when I look back on the quotes, yes, Marcus, these are clear quotes. These are great quotes. Hard to find quotes. There's got to be one encyclopedia of these gems. So we have it here. It's called 1001 Windmills of the Mind. Um, so my delivery and my presentation, um, it's not that's um, my attempt to learn this perspective. And I have the fantasy, well, maybe somebody might find it helpful. I don't know. Um, and sometimes I notice when I am talking about something like the Forbidden Planet, I get little new ideas, and that wasn't in any quote. I thought, well, that's valuable in of itself. It might take me 3 hours to get that insight, but I thought, well, then maybe it's worth it, you know. Nobody's teaching psychoanalysis. Nobody's teaching it. I mean, properly. I mean, like clearly in a user-friendly way, kind of thing. I'm not doing it in a very user-friendly way with all my anxiety, but at least I'm presenting the quotes. I'm delivering the content. You're getting the greatest quotes here, with the hope that 1 out of 10 will be of help. All right, enough of that. So let's go back to the Forbidden Planet one. I'm describing it this time around in a totally different way. I notice. So let's see what happens here. So you got this magical, not this magic, you got this advanced planet somewhere that has all this power, which I'll get to. Okay, that's symbol or code for the unconscious mentation processes, primary process thinking, primary mentation thinking. Alice in Wonderland thinking, things going around like that, and it's kind of self-sustaining, and it's the film wants to also teach you a little bit about basic psychoanalytic theory. So there isn't much script in the film, but it's a minimalist script. But but they're powerful, like they're potent little things they're saying. Um, how about this way? Let's try this way. All right. Try not to get people in the camera. Okay, let's try this way. Is that gonna work? Okay, okay. Uh, okay, so the planet is a symbol for the unconscious. Now, the people on the planet would represent our consciousness. So the first people, so there were two people that did that. They were called Morbius and his wife. But they had a kid, and then she passed away. So it's just him and the daughter. Now that part of it is a separate thing, meaning that that's symbolic for how many times um, in myths and fairy tales we say the mother died. Okay, so we see it that she's born and the mother dies. Um, that's a symbolic that the baby experienced a loving mother in the uterus. There was a loving mother, a mother, proper mother in the uterus time. But at birth, okay, many babies are losing their mother. If the cords are moved, if the cord and the placenta are removed, that's the bridge to the mother. You remove the bridge to the mother, they lost their mother. The mother's gone, died at birth, birth trauma. So we're homotraumicus because we're traumatizing our babies left, right, and center. It's crazy. We need awareness like this. Um, oh yeah, I think I did cover a little bit about homotraumicus. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Yeah, okay. So theory is 10,000 years ago we became homotraumicus, and the main mechanism that perpetuates it is that we're removing the cortical placenta from the baby. So there's a lot of material about that one. So in myths and fairy tale, they say somebody's born, mother died, and the father married another woman, but she's a wicked stepmother kind of thing. Okay, all that means is that, well, in the film version, we don't see the wicked stepmother. We just see the mother's gone, and the father's there functioning, doing the best he can, kind of thing. But in myths and fairy tales, the wicked stepmother is just code for the bitter, narcissistic, wounded, traumatized mother. It's still the same woman. So the baby had a loving mother. At birth, poof, she morphed into a wicked witch stepmother. It's the same woman. It's the same woman, but from the baby's experience, mother was a good mother at birth. At the moment of birth, poof, she shapeshifted in the baby's mind. Oh, there's a wicked stepmother, evil witch kind of character. Meaning, mother's bitter, she's hurt, she's entitled, she's angry, she wants supply, she's envious, she can't meet the baby's needs, she's resentful, and all that. So they say she's a wicked, evil stepmother. It's the same woman, it's not separate characters. So that part just was a little tip off to the fairy tale motif that in birth trauma the mother died. That they say it like that. Okay, so now you got Morbius and his daughter, and he's going to raise the daughter for 20 years. This 20-year thing is another common motif because Morbius, the father, um, he's studying the unconscious. He's reading and trying to figure out the language of this planet machine. He's trying to figure out the ancient language of it all. He's doing his best. He's in the process of trying to learn this language, and this unconscious um, is connected to him, and he's connected to the unconscious. So there's a connection there. So that's why it's just him there. The others didn't have the connection. That's why we don't see them. That's why we don't see the other people. He's got a connection with the unconscious, and assuming the wife had it briefly, well, he needed a wife to have a baby, so they didn't focus on that kind of part. So there's a lot of condensation where you got different ideas fusing in. So you got to like separate the different ideas. Oh, there's people there too. Okay, it's slightly awkward. I got people around me. Okay, what's the next one? So you got Morbius on the island for 20 years, um, um, in appreciation with the unconscious. So we see it by him studying the old ancient language of the ancient aliens that created this machine. So that's just the way they did it like that. Get this? So 20 years pass. 20 years pass, right? Now he knows that the daughter, for her development, for her healthy development, she's got to like mingle with her own kind of thing. So he's kind of planning to find a way to send her to planet Earth so she can mingle with other people because she only knows the father, and he did the best. He did a good job. I thought he was a good father. I think the innuendo is not right. I think they made it clear. They made it quite clear that he's a good father. He didn't cross any boundaries, nothing like that. He taught her and educated her, and she became very intelligent, like a scientist herself. And but for her full development, she's got to mingle and marry a fellow her age, kind of thing. So he was kind of like in the process of in that area. Okay, now what we see is how the film begins is um, the 20 years later part. So another crew is going to arrive, wondering what happened to the first crew, kind of thing. So this other crew arrived, um, and and so they land and all that, and the new crew meets up with Morbius and the daughter, and they have a little dialogue like that. Now, at some point, um, enter the neurotic pride. So now Morbius is seen as being a very proud person, somebody um, who's very proud. Let's simply say, right? Now, in general, when someone questions your pride, your neurotic pride, you might be a little angry like that. Okay, enter the it monsters. So Morbius is connected to this planet, right? And what he does realize about this planet is that those ancient alien that made this, they were so advanced that they were able to master physics and transmute and materialize what they think or something. So he started to even dip into that he could actually materialize something that he thought like that. He was just beginning to. Okay, so that part means the baby has the baby thinks he makes things happen. It's all about him. He's the center. Whatever happens, he made it happen. He thinks something, he made it. He created it. He invented it. So if the food comes down, he did it. He created it. I want food. There's the food. Doesn't know the mother gave it to him because he thinks the mother's him. So he does it himself. So he thinks it like that. Unconditional hallucinatory omnipotence. Omnipotence of thought. Magical thinking is the thought magic. There it is. So they showed you that Morbius could think something. Oh, and there it is, kind of thing. So he started that kind of idea. Okay. Now, what Morbius doesn't know is that this this planet machine that's connected to him will materialize what he thinks consciously, but he doesn't know that the planet will also materialize what he unconsciously thinks, wishes, needs, and so on. So at one point, um, one of the they called him a sky wolf. There was a playboy guy on the planet, and he was tricking his daughter to get close like that. So he got very angry at this unconsciously. He didn't know it. So he hated this playboy, cheating his daughter like this. But he's a gentleman. He's polite. Okay, well, he's learning. Okay, whatever. He didn't like consciously, um, do too much about it. But unconsciously, he really was angry about this. So since he's tied to the planet, you know, and since materialization takes place of his thoughts, his unconscious um, mind, um, the planet materializes unconscious thoughts. So his unconscious thoughts, he was enraged at this guy. Yeah, so the planet poofed up and materialized a Tasmanian, an invisible, dangerous monster character. Um, we don't see it. We see the footprints. At one point, we see a little sketch of him. Kind of looked like the Tasmanian devil, I thought. Other people have different ideas what it is. Um, I think because anyways, it doesn't matter. A monster came out. It's called the id monster. Monsters from the id. Okay, it just means the unconscious. It just means, sorry, the energy of the unconscious. So after the playboy flirted, deceived his daughter like this, um, mysteriously some kind of a monster character attacked this guy. He doesn't know it. He doesn't know it. Okay. Now the other visitors, they were questioning him, and you know, um, um, they were saying they're going to take over, kind of thing, and leave me alone here. I'm not bothering you. Leave me alone here. Um, so Morbius is unconscious brought up the id monster to attack them. You know, and now he doesn't know this is going on. He just, I don't get this. Why is there this monster attacking these people? Um, so, okay, long story short, the point of the movie is that these monsters that we saw on the island, okay, they were not some external thing separate from Morbius. They come from they're inside Morbius. Okay? These monsters represent his rage, his anger, his fantasies to get rid of these guys, whatever. So those are and the advanced alien machinery would materialize it. That message means that um, these things like the beast within, the enemy within, the monster within, and then you see it out like that. It's meant for you to know. It's the film is telling you it's a projection. It's within. You see it out. It's from within. They showed you that it's within by saying some magical science fiction that can make it out like that. But we have the mistake of saying, "Oh, it's some outer thing." No, it's from within. They're showing you that these monsters and all that, that's from within. Okay, that's within. So, um, and one quote said, people watching this film who are very traumatized, they'd be very upset at this idea. No, no, there's real bad people out there. No, they're talking about themselves. The mother was bad to them. See, very traumatized people think everybody's like them. They think they're no good, mother's dangerous. They think everyone else no good and they're dangerous. They because of the fusion, they think everyone's like them. So they don't know that they're projecting because um, they just haven't reached that place of self-awareness. So enter the film. Let's be self-aware. These monsters and all that's um, a picture of how you feel. It comes from within like that. So you see materialized like that. So in other words, if you find yourself saying, "Oh, they're dangerous and they're bad and this such and such and such," you make it all up. Okay, that's the projection onto them. It's a projection onto them. The film is saying, "No, it's from within. See it. It's from within." They're telling you it's from within. But in regular life, people just say, "Oh, it's over there. They this, they that." No, it's from within. And this Mr. the Pogo guy, or the cartoon, 1970. What's his name? It's all in, the beast is within, the monsters within, enemies within. All this stuff's within like that. That's what that film was trying to tell you. That's one of the key messages of that film. And another way they made that point was that this ancient alien people um, that that developed the consciousness um, to materialize their conscious thoughts, they were goners. Like the first crew ship were all goners minus the couple, because none of them knew that they had unconscious wishes. So those ancient aliens, they're very advanced consciously. They're very advanced like that. And they wanted to materialize their conscious thoughts, but they didn't know that what would be materialized as well are their unconscious thoughts. They didn't know that. So they were so repressed and so much anger and so much like that. Then that's why they were goners. And then the island sat like that, empty for 200,000 years. Okay, another condensation theme. I mean, we're talking about us. Humans came on the scene roughly 200,000 years ago. Uh, Figures vary between 100,000 and 300,000, so they just picked 200,000. So 200,000 years ago, we grew a conscious. That means now we got an unconscious. Um, some people say, well, we grew the conscious because we're so wounded as unconscious. We got to do conscious so we can heal ourselves. Um, Anyways, so that's another point about that we evolved to Homo sapiens from our prior state roughly 200,000 years ago. So that planet is 200,000 years old. So another kind of condensation means you take ideas and you can fuse it into one little kind of film like that. But you got to separate out the different points, but it can blend in and overlap a little bit. So it's very a very efficient kind of film, kind of a slow paced film, very it's meant to be like a family film. I think the Disney people did most of the special effects or something. It's meant to be like for a broad appeal, mass appeal. So it's kind of simple, low key like that, and they got a cute, funny robot and all that. Um, um, let me pick up on that point. Hold on, so okay. So this is a quote actually from the film. It's in the film, set in the film. So somebody said to Morbius, "Gee, Morbius, These monsters out there. I think what's going on here. So somebody finally figured it out, right? Morbius, um, when you thought that we were threatening your little egomaniac empire, okay, meaning his narcissistic pride, um, Morbius is in the process of healing. He's in the midst of it, so he's not fully there yet. So he's still narcissistic, right? So again, narcissism means the baby didn't get enough. Remember the mother. Remember the mother died at birth. What are you going to do now? When the good mother's gone at birth, okay, all babies begin in a narcissistic state. Okay, trapped in the mirror, it's all about them. Everything's for them. They're the center. It's all about them. If they're entitled, it's all about them. They can't see beyond the tip of their nose. They can't see beyond the end of their nose. Everything's like a bubble, solipsistic bubble. So you imagine from your nose a little bubble, and that's all you like that. Um, that's called primary narcissism, infantile megalomania, the glorified self, the idealized self. Okay, and you're trapped in that kind of mirror like that. You're trapped in that kind of. You look in the bubble, you see yourself. So the bubble's like a pool of water. You see yourself, like in the myth. So you're trapped in the mirror. You're in the mirror. You see the mirror. It's on. You're in this blissful kind of place. So that's why narcissism is in an ooey kind of dreamy kind of place like that. Now, normal development, the child gets love, and he graduates out of that and gets to differentiation. He's a person, mother's a person, psychologically speaking. He's got his identity, he's got his beingness, he's got his home with him. Mother's a person, he's a person. He didn't do that. He's still in that bubble. Think he's a little god, a little king, called the glorified self. Okay, Unio Mystica, one to speak mystery, participation mystique, one guy says. Okay, or this blissful oneness, one guy calls it oceanic ecstasy. This very exciting, blissful feeling that there's no time, no space, you're everywhere, you're a god, you're the center of it all, you're king, magic, all this stuff. So babies are in this primary narcissism. Okay, now if they're traumatized there, let's say at birth they're traumatized there, then they're trapped in the mirror. They're going to go through life um, taking refuge at that place and still hoping for narcissistic supply. So when there's trauma, we have the unconscious hope for the fulfillment of that old unfulfilled need to get the symbiosis, merging oneness with the mother. So that translates later on into a thing called narcissistic supply, where people with that trauma see everybody's symbolic breast siphon dry and get their supply, and they own it, thinking the way the baby owns the breast is a part of the mother, like a thing, like a part he owns, his possession is supposed to serve him. So they think others should serve them. People with narcissistic personalities, NPD, they think everyone should serve them. They're entitled. It's all about them. They make everything about them. They're the center. They twist every conversation to make it about them. So just quickly, in the Carol Burnett show called episode entitled or skit entitled "Visit from Dan," um, the mother, you got Eunice and the mother. Carol Burnett played a character called Eunice, and she had a mother there. She's very narcissistic. She always made everything about her constantly. So it turned out that Eunice just got the news that her husband dumped her for the waitress, and now she's going to be a single mother with no skills, no job, no. Her life is devastated and crushed like that. And the mother said, um, "Yeah, I didn't like what he said about me one time. Yeah, that's not nice. You should respect me. He didn't respect me. Mother, my life's just shattered here, and here you are taking center stage." And then Dan said, "Gee, and I thought my mother couldn't see past the tip of her nose. Look at her." And then the mother said, "All right, well, I told you, mother knows best. I told you. See, you didn't listen to me. You don't respect me. Why don't you respect me? I told you he wasn't good for you. See, at this moment, seriously, you're going to make it all about you. I'm in pain here, and you want the attention to be on you, that you're right. I didn't listen to you." So the mother found a way to make everything about her. So people with this psychology, um, they always twist and see and want to draw attention to them, like the so-called vampire phenomenon. They want to make they're the center, they're entitled, it's all about them. So they're demanding and they're coercive and they use tricks and they use various methods. And that's all they specialize in is how to get supply, supply, supply. They got this constant, timeless, infinite loop to get the oneness with the mother. So everybody's going to stand in for that missing oneness. That translates to a symbolic mother. So everybody's symbolic mother. So this woman, this mother, was always constantly doing this. Um, okay, so now, when a person with narcissistic personality pattern doesn't get supply, they feel rage, right? Injury, rage, the way any baby would feel if he had no mother. So when that mother in the Carol Burnett show gets supply, okay, that's entitled. She's supposed to be. She's a king, she's a god, she's a king, queen, god, whatever. Supply, supply. Okay, she's still at the place where she's missing the oneness with her mother. So others fill in for that and supply, supply. All of it's synthetic. It just tricks the brain that you're not alone. It's that you're one with somebody for the moment. A minute later, you need it again, need it again. So she's stuck in this timeless loop of getting supply. Now, anytime that this mother wasn't the center, she'd get enraged, shout at people, and turn the situation to make it about her. Like they said in the show, she's always center stage, always center stage. Even when the daughter is crying, um, she was stunned. First she was in shock, then the mother was doing this, so she had to crawl up into the fetal position in the sofa. Like she wasn't getting any support. Then she tried to use other defense mechanisms to deal with the pain of the loss. And the mother was no help like that, of course. Actually, Dan came around at one point and said, "Well, Eunice, when one door closes, another door opens, and you're gonna find new parts of yourself. You're gonna reclaim parts of yourself that you didn't know you had, and it's gonna make you you're gonna be the free creature that you were always meant to be." Like that. He was trying to be encouraging, give her a little pep talk like this. The mother barked in, jumped in. "Look, Dan, I don't know what planet you came on from." A little humor like that. Um, Look, Dan, you're interrupting things here. She's my supply here. You're helping to be autonomous. You're trying to help her, and so she can be autonomous. I need my supply. My daughter's my supply. I've got her totally brainwashed. I got her wrapped around my little finger. I can always push her buttons. Sidebar here: mothers know how to push her buttons because hey, she sewed them on. So, Mr. Dan, back to Carol Burnett. So, Dan, you're interrupting here. Get out of here. Who are you? So she interrupted Dan's efforts to help the daughter because the mother's invested in the daughter's misery because then she'll turn to her. The mother wants the daughter to be down and out because the more then it's a dependency on the mother. The mother turns that into supply for her. Dan was trying to help her. She blocked Dan in helping her like that. Very good episode called Visit from Dan um, about narcissism. Yeah, I'm gonna keep the music to a minimum. It's too bad. I'd love to play the music now. Let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes. That's not nice. I haven't played that song in years. Brian Andre uh, Ni Kaui. Is that right? Last name is Andre, first name Brian. And I've got a live version of another song of his called Ne Petiti or something. Ni Petiti, something like that. I don't know what that means either. Fun little upbeat song as well. Uh, okay, so Morbius, he's also um, like what we see with the daughter, with the death of the mother. That's for him as well. A fusion. It's all like a dream. So all one. Right? So he also is dealing with narcissism, but he's trying to face it. He's trying to learn about it. He's trying to face, but he hasn't fully done that. He's in a process kind of thing. So that means he got offended by the demands on this new crew here, and they were like arrogant. This crew, um, I have two theories why this film isn't a major, well-known film. Why it's just some little mini cult, so-called cult film or something. Just a few people know it, kind of thing. It was meant to be like a Wizard of Oz kind of quality, like a huge major film like that. Um, but that was prevented, I think, for two reasons. Uh, One is the actor was pitiful. It was a pitiful choice of an actor. He's a handsome guy, so they thought just like the Ken doll kind of thing. But he was a childlike. He was angry easily. He was no leader in any shape or form. At the beginning, you kind of question it, but it's revealed later on. Well, this guy is no captain or leader in any way. He is childlike verbal outbursts over little things on his staff like that. Um, so he was kind of boring and tedious, and he wasn't very likable actually. By the truth. So I thought maybe just on an emotional level, no one liked him, but they wanted to promote him because he looked handsome or something. And I noticed that actor is used for other films later on. And then the other reason I think is that in general, psychoanalysis is being squashed because in '55 the comic came out, and they squashed it. It ran for 1 year. '56 psychoanalysis, okay, make it unpopular. How do they do it? They changed their marketing program. They were gonna, they were planning to teach psychoanalysis as an intellectual um, thing for people to engage in. They were going to promote it, encourage it, and people would get into it. And then the last minute, no, forget it, squash, make it silly. Just present it as some typical low grade B film, and show the robot holding the girl, or just show some silly little thing like that. So they diminished it that way. So they alienated um, the thinking type, appealed to the B type, which is almost nothing. So they kind of squashed it in that kind of way. But still, a few people picked up on it. Oh, this is a good film. Okay, let's go back to the quote here. Okay, so from the film, the one of the guys said, "Mr. Morbius, when you thought we were threatening your little egomaniac empire, i.e., your narcissistic pride, your neurotic pride, okay, meaning your need for supply, your need to be important, you need to be the center, you need to be. It's all about you. It's you and this little, you and the island. It's like you. So, and here we are saying, yeah, you gotta give us all we gotta take over kind of. So he was enraged like this. This narcissistic captain said, yeah, when you thought we were threatening your egomaniac empire, total projection, right? Because your subconscious sent its id monster out. So his subconscious, okay, now he's connected to his unconscious is linked to the metaphor that the island machinery is his unconscious. The island machinery is his unconscious. So he had the wish, that wish went into island machinery. Now the island machinery is going to manifest that wish, because that's the advanced function of this machine. It can materialize the thoughts like that. So now he didn't know that the unconscious thoughts would be materialized. So then he saw the monsters. That's the materialization of his inner rage at these visitors interrupting him like that. So that point is emphasized here. Um, the film Forbidden Planet contradicts the idea of the monster or beast or whatever as some kind of outer external thing. Forget that, like your projection on it. No, it's within. Like it's some invader, like that kind of nonsense. No, you projected that thing onto others. It's yours. It's within. It's within. Huh? Okay. Forbidden Planet contradicts the idea of the monster as some kind of feared outsider, and it embarrasses people who do think like that, because that's their defense mechanism. You see, when the more traumatized you are, the more you project. If you're going to own your projection, you're going to get your feelings. You can't face your feelings, so you project. That's the paranoid-act phenomenon. So you're blaming and projecting as a defense against feeling. If you can't feel, you project. If you feel shame, you say others are no good. Your mother's dangerous. Mothers are dangerous. You don't want to own it because too much pain to own it. So you project. So this film embarrasses people's defense. Okay, their need to project as a defense against feeling. Again, Um, the film Forbidden Planet contradicts the idea of the monster as some kind of feared outsider and embarrasses paranoiac audiences by making them face the idea that the worst monster lies within us. The hidden menace lurking in our minds is portrayed, okay, by um, okay, whatever I'm calling it the Tasmanian devil image. Okay, made literally made of power coming from Morbius's subconscious and the atomic generators controlling the planet's entropic system. So the machinery, okay, has this ability. The science fiction machinery has the ability. His unconscious is fused with it. So what Morbius's unconscious wishes and wants, that machinery is going to create it. So you see the monsters attacking the invader, attacking the guy who not assault, cheated his daughter, and the other guys who were trying to interrupt his lifestyle and all this, or his equilibrium like that. So he had unconscious rage towards these invaders, unconscious anger. Okay, the machinery, the planet machinery, materialized it, and that's why I have these monsters, the footprints. Where's this from? Is it from some other place? Where is this coming from? No, it's a manifestation of the inner, and the films, the education of the film, the psychoeducation of the film is that these are within. Okay, now that quote said, people who have a hard time in owning their projections, owning their feelings, knowing that their mother didn't love them, knowing that their mother was gone at birth, knowing that they were removed from the mother, knowing that their mother betrayed them, the mother failed them, the mother gaslit them, the mother double blinded them, mother exploited them, took advantage of them, mother plundered their soul, mother pillaged their soul. Okay, mother felt entitled, mother gave them emotional power. They don't want to know this. It's too painful to know this. So then you project. When something's repressed and denied, you project, project, project. So if you project too much, at some point they say you're paranoiac or paranoiac. Right? Because your mother, you saw your mother as a monster. Oh, they're dangerous out there. Oh, outside. Oh, they're so dangerous. Okay, well, no, your mother was dangerous. That's the image you had and how you felt with her. That's the image you have. That's you project it out onto them. No, if there were a magic machine to poof it there and someone told you it's from within, then you know it's within. That's the purpose of the film, to tell you that it's within. Oh, she's gone. Okay. Okay, so I can go back here. Somebody was just sitting there the whole time. Uh, tell you the truth, I'm still a little sweaty. So I don't want to dampen their pillows or anything. And this thing is it leans back too much. There's no back support on this thing. Okay, let's finish up. Okay, where are we here? Hold on a second. Um, okay, the other another line in the film, another line from the actual film is that the phrase "it" came up in the discussion there. So so Morbius is very intelligent and all that. So he knows um, like intellectually what the "it" is, right? So somebody asked him, Mr. Morbius, um, so it seems that these monsters running around, they're manifestations of the monsters of the id. Tell me, what is the id? What is that? Well, it's an obsolete term, I'm afraid, once used to describe the elementary basis of the subconscious mind. An obsolete term, I'm afraid, once used to describe the the elementary basis of this unconscious, of the subconscious mind. Elementary basis. So the mind, it's confusing. The quote I've been using all along is it's the energies, all of the energies in there. Okay, your energy. Remember all the child's energy, all of his drive, all of his desire, all of his seeking, all of his constant craving, all that energy. That's it. Okay. Um, I mean, originally it's natural to latch onto the mother, but the mother rejected it. When now it's it when it's rejected. Part of the brain that doesn't know time. As, okay. Yeah. The monster lingers, but is re-envisioned as invisible and a product not of outside forces, but of man's own psyche, a monster from the id. The invisible monster is revealed to be a projection of Morbius's enraged id. You see, you see, we see how that we know the idea that babies might think their thoughts made things. So they show you that. You had a thought, it made it. So the machine will make it for you. What about the unconscious? Same thing. Unconscious has a wish, it makes it for you in the film. The invisible monster is revealed to be a projection of Morbius's enraged id, now rendered palpable, palpable by the mind expanding machinery left behind by the ancient civilization. It turns out that the installation was designed to materialize any object that could be imagined. That the machine, it can materialize what you imagine. Its inventors, however, had foolishly overlooked that the equipment would materialize what was in their unconscious minds. So the guys who invented the thing weren't aware of their unconscious. So that's the demise of them. And then now Morbius and the humans are also unaware of it. So that was the demise of them, right? The first landing party, but except for Morbius, because he's aware of it. And then that's why Morbius was trying to encourage the other guys, look, you better just leave here. Don't stay around here. Um, I don't know what it is. Just go. Leave me alone. Like, don't leave me in peace here. And sure enough, they were narcissistic, stubborn, pride. No, don't tell me what to do. I'm the boss here. So they were. So the monster was attacking him. They were in that Tasmanian monster was attacking those characters. Um, Now the final was to save everybody. He had to sacrifice himself to shut down the machine. So he sacrificed himself like that. So he's so I don't buy the theory that the forbidden planet means it's forbidden for the father to get too close like that. He wasn't in that way at all. But someone offered that idea. Now, um, the end of him also could be a code for if he uh, turned to the daughter as a substitute mother for him, and then she left off with the crew like that, then he had nobody, right? He he really had nobody, so that'd be the goner. He's a goner, with being born with no baby, just like the mother died uh, when she was born. Yeah. So now he sees no time condensation, right? So it's for him as well, right? It's kind of like a dream. Everything's like belonging to one. Yeah, that's one way of putting it. Okay. Again, um, it it turns out that the installation of the Krell machinery, all the ancient machinery by these alien people called the Krell people, whatever. It turns out that their machine was designed. This planet machine was designed to materialize any object that could be imagined. Its inventors, okay, 1 million years ahead of humans, its inventors had foolishly overlooked that the equipment would materialize what was in their unconscious minds as well. Okay, and then another sort of side point here was somebody says, look at Morbius. He couldn't manage it all, right? And so that's sort of this issue that one person should be entrusted with all this power. Okay? So one message of the film is that an excess of power in both literal and figurative senses in the hands of a single man leads to disaster. Since Morbius is a civilized gentleman, his derangement, i.e., Morbius becoming morbid, is potentially that of any man faced with the same Shelleyan, okay, Frankenstein, Shelleyan temptation to explore forbidden knowledge. Yeah, so just like the Frankenstein story, it's too much. It's too much. How much can you? Um, you can't be so arrogant that you want to control your unconscious. Your unconscious spits you out. Baba Yaga gobbles you up. So in the in the fairy tale Maiden King, if somebody's arrogant to Baba Yaga, she gobbles you up, pulp, in 1 second like that. So we need a little humility, a little respect for the unconscious. Um, the added to it, I think, is the little boy playing the flute on the water buffalo. So there's a very ancient, famous painting of a little boy playing the flute, riding the water buffalo. The water buffalo, powerful, unconscious. You got the little boy, the ego, your little mind, ego, but you're playing the flute. So you're in harmony with the water buffalo. It doesn't kick you off like that, and you're on it, so you benefit from it. It's a link there between you and your unconscious. Okay, the boy and the buffalo. Okay, and the little line of continuity of the line is the flute thing, just to represent like a chord, like a line, a link. So the flute is probably a link, like a musical link, invisible link between the boy and the water buffalo is probably the flute, the sound like that. Yeah, they would both hear the sound, right? Oh, they would both hear the sound, so that'd be like a link like that, right? So Morbius was trying to ride the water buffalo. He was doing it. He was in the process of doing it, but he got carried away. Maybe. Well, he couldn't handle being triggered so much by these arrogant punks that telling him to step away. We're going to own the planet. These are colonized. This was all about the colonial kind of arrogance like that. So he had a rage like that, but he couldn't handle all the rage. So the monster came up. He said, "Wait a minute! I don't want these monsters to cause all these problems, and my daughter's involved in this. All right, fine, fine. I'll sacrifice myself for my daughter like that." So again, that's the thing. Too much, yeah. So it's too much, right? It's too much. So we need a proper relationship with our unconscious, a proper connection to our unconscious. So that's why you're not supposed to engage in spiritual bypassing. You're not supposed to bypass that kind of thing with the arrogance. Oh, I can bring it up. I can control it. That's why I agree with that guy. Don't deliberately set the alarm clock early um, to wake up to see if you can get more dreams. You're violating something. You'll wake up when you wake up. Whatever dreams you get, that's the natural boy to water buffalo connection. Okay, you take what was given to you. It sends you awake and handle kind of thing, and just make the best of it. Free associate from the dream sequence. Hmm, what does this little dream snippet remind me of? What does it suggest to me? Um, Now, whatever feelings you get by it, you want to self-validate and say, I must have a very good reason for feeling this, whatever it is. What's the hardest thing about this feeling, whatever it is, you name it, and go on like that a little bit. So you want to unpack it and try to make more to your consciousness. So it's giving you a little bit, and you gotta bring it up on your end. That's the boy part, and then the buffalo part, and the little bridge like that. So the flute would be that exercise called free association. Yeah, so the flute would be an exercise called free association, dream interpretation, making inferences like that. Somebody said, "Well, what if you don't remember your dreams?" Okay, well, analyze your daily life. Just recall a scene in your day and imagine it like a dream. I mean, you did it all unconsciously, mostly. When trauma, we're kind of in a trance, we're kind of in a dream. So just interpret your daily activities. Interpret your conversation at dinner, at lunch with your staff or something. Just take a scene from the day and just treat that as you would treat a dream. What does this remind me of? Why I gotta do it like this? Is this familiar? So it's coming to you. It'll come up to you to dreams. It'll come up for you in your daily activities called acting out. So you can get it in your dreams. You can get it in your behavior in your life called acting out. Symbolic acting out. What are you repeating? That kind of thing. And it can come to you in the form of blockage in the body. So now you got to interpret your pain in the body as a symptom. So the symptom is a communication from your unconscious to you. Hey, conscious, you feel this pain in your body? You're crying and screaming with the mother. It's coming to you. Come on. I'm communicating to you. Okay, so psychosomatic symptoms are mainly the ongoing cry and scream with the mother, but the mother didn't allow it. The feeling had to go somewhere. The feeling came from the unmet needs. Unmet needs, the stress feeling. Mother gaslit the baby. The feeling went inward, detoured, roundabout, delay. Body's holding it, body's bearing it, body keeps the score, the body remembers mysteriously between mind and body, the body's holding it, and then finally it overloads, there's a pain. That pain is the continuation of the cry, the original cry in the scream. It just went detoured like that. So psychosomatic symptoms reveal and conceal the original cry and scream with the mother. Sono says all the hypertension is the rage of the mother. It goes to the musculature. Oops. Um, so another image of psychosomatic symptoms is water to ice. So, so imagine how water can convert to ice, like an ice cube. Well, the feelings that can't flow, well, it's going to go to some organ somewhere, and then it's going to harden up there, like kind of like that. So we have a quote by Miss Capex um, in our collection. See, it used to be you could type in the search engine Capex, and it'll show you which video has that quote. They removed that function. You can't. They're making it harder and harder for people to find stuff. So I highly recommend just getting the file, like, and then you can scroll down, look for it. It won't show up. It won't show up directly. A very rare little article from the 40s, little known article. And just by chance I found it. I skimmed it and found that line about that. Okay, where are we? Let's do the next one here. Is that it for the Forbidden Planet? I think I covered the main point, right? So the monsters are manifestations of your rage that you don't know about, um, being triggered that your mother didn't love you, and they got a monster there. The monster is within. It's your feelings within. It's not some external thing that's not a part of you, that's outside of you. No, it's within, and if you're not aware of it, the tendency is to project it and then say it's outside as a defense to know that it's not within. So projection is the means of bringing repressed material to consciousness. When you say it's out like that, that's for you to know that it's in. You want to own your projections, withdraw your projections, claim your projections, because that's part of you. You're denying a part of yourself when you say that. The paranoiac people in the quote there, oh, they're bad like that, they're dangerous like that. Okay, well, that's you're denying, um, that the memory that your mother hurt you, and that's a part of you because you're linked to that, and you flipped and became her like that. So you're denying yourself like this. So projection is confession, one guy said. See, Laughlin calls projection a mirror defense. So it's defensive because you don't want to know it. At the same time, it's creating a mirror for you to know that it's within. A famous, philosopher puts it this way: when I'm in a party of three, I always have two teachers. To the one I admire, I study from him. To the other in whom I see traits I don't like, I search for those very same traits in myself. So that ancient philosopher, Confucius, was already teaching about projection. Usually the things you don't like about others, um, it's kind of like your psyche's attempt to help you get in touch with it yourself and claim it and re-assimilate, psychosynthesis, reclaim, re-own. It's you you're talking about. Don't deny yourself. You're betraying yourself again. Mother betrayed you, now you betray yourself. No, own your projections, get back yourself, reclaim yourself. Okay? In pop culture, it's called shadow work, or like unknown, so you don't see it, so it's projected, so you reclaim it. Uh, Typically called owning your projections, withdrawing your projections. We're not saying everything's projection, but very often um, it's projection. And it doesn't matter if the other person has a crumb of truth in it. That's the moping thing. So yes, everybody might have like a little tiny speck, and you hang your coat on it and say your coat is theirs, it's them. Well, your excuse is, well, they got a speck, so if they got it, then you don't deny that the coat is yours. One example was, oh yeah, hang on. I have a new example about that. Yeah, hang on. Projection coming up in 2951. Here's a new one on projection. Where is it? Okay, in projection, we assign to others feelings or thoughts in ourselves that are unacceptable to us. For example, having lost an argument, we might accuse someone else of being dumb. So you felt dumb because you lost the argument. Oh, you're dumb. You don't want to admit it. It's kind of this was okay. This is kind of like a 101 book. It's like a psychology 101 school book or something. So this one here, this second from the bottom one, is just a short summary of defense mechanisms. So we'll get to them. Yeah. Another. Uh, are we finished with Forbidden Planet? Hold on a sec. Okay, let's just leave it there then. Now, a good follow-up that adds on to Forbidden Planet is the Star Trek episode. They did a tribute to it called Requiem for Methuselah. Oh, I have his name. I've got his name. I wrote it down. Hold on a second. Where is it? Star Trek. Oh, here we go. Requiem for Methuselah. Methuselah. What's loneliness? Loneliness is a thirst, a flower dying in the desert. Oh, the robot said it. The robot asked Methuselah, um, gee, because no feelings, right? What's this loneliness? Well, think of it as a kind of a thirst. Imagine a flower dying in the desert. That's loneliness. Oh, I see. Okay, so this episode uh, clarifies something a little bit, I think. So, so they, okay, so the Forbidden Planet was 56. So so 10 years later, 66 is the Star Trek episode. Okay, so similar kind of idea. They go to this island. Okay, um, and they meet Methuselah. Now Methuselah. Now it's not exactly the same. It's just a little add-on. It's not like a copy of the film. Just a little add-on. So in Star Trek, they go to this planet. They meet this Methuselah guy. Turns out Methuselah is a symbolic image or composite character to represent man for the past 10,000 years or something. So this guy was 10,000 years old or whatever it was, 6,000 or 10,000, I forgot. Kind of like in Forbidden Planet, um, we've had an unconscious for 200,000 years. So they just picked up on the latter part of when we became homotropicus for the past 10,000 years. He's been alive for 10,000 years. He just keeps morphing and switching into different characters, famous characters. One time he's Beethoven, one time he's famous Da Vinci or whatever, all this stuff. Okay, so the crew meet Methuselah, and here's his story. For 10,000 years, whatever it was, he's been trying to piece together, using all the scientific knowledge that he accumulated over 10,000 years. He's been trying to piece together an android to be the perfect wife for him. He's lonely. He wants the perfect wife, the perfect mother, perfect woman, whatever, a perfect fusion. He's looking for the remember narcissism. Did you get the oneness? So he's trying to get the oneness. He's looking for a perfect mate who would read his mind, accept him, soothe him, love him, accept him. Okay, he didn't get that from the breast mother. Remember in Forbidden Planet, the mother died at birth. When the baby comes out, okay, and you remove the cord of placenta, the mother died at birth. He lost his mother like that. So we've been spending 10,000 years with this issue, or homotromicus. So we have the unconscious hope for the fulfillment of old unfulfilled needs. So he didn't get the oneness with the breast. So he's trying to create a perfect woman who would read his mind, soothe him, see him, do what the mother should have done. Perfect this, perfect that. So he spent 10,000 years polishing and refining this android, beautiful woman. Um, you don't really notice it at first, right? But she's an android, right? So, but she's not human, right? She's skillful. She can say the right things. She's poised and pretty, and good manners, and intelligent. You can have a conversation with her, or whatever. So he kind of got so far with her like that. So obviously Methuselah is very attached to her. Okay, that's his hope to get uh, the the missing needs met. Okay, now enter the crew, the Star Trek people, and the Spock guy, not the Spock, the Kirk guy. He falls in love with the robot. Oh, this robot's very pretty. She's mine. I want her. Typical colonial kind of thing. Didn't care about him and what was going on with him. Oh, this pretty girl. I want her. She's mine. Um, no, sorry, sir. She's with me, and we've been on this island, uh, and for 10,000 years, like that, whatever it is. I don't care about that. I like her. I want. She give her to me. Give her to me. Okay, well let her decide. Let's let her decide. So this is the point where the robot, they wanted to present it that she's going to start to have feelings. Okay, at the moment when we have a psychological birth, where we can choose. Okay, so the psychological birth is we can choose for ourselves because we have a psychological birth. So she now stands in for that moment of the psychological birth. So she's confronted with this. Do I stay with the old way and go back like that and stay like that? I.e., should the baby stay fused with the mother? No, the baby's got to go forward, okay, and develop and progress and connect with others after the mother, with the father like that. The father. So the prototype is the baby's one with the mother, feels safe, he can connect with the father and leave the mother, connect with the father. That's the, the developmental process. Baby's one with the mother, feels safe. Now he can leave her and connect with the father and go forward like that. The mentors and be autonomous like that. So she's sort of the symbol for this phenomenon. So she was over flooded with this dilemma. So so she, so what happened to her was the pain around. Um, she doesn't know how to go forward, um, because there wasn't, because Methuselah didn't get, she's him, right? So he didn't get, he didn't get the oneness, so she didn't get the oneness. So she can't go forward. She can't run off with Mr. Kirk there, right? Um, at the same time, we're not supposed to still try to get the oneness. Um, like we're not supposed to regress because the feeling is engulfment, abandonment. No, engulfment. The baby's not meant to go back. It's meant to progress, right? So with him, with the old guy, that's like going back. But with him, with Kirk, it'd be like going forward or something. But she can do neither. She could do neither, so the thing, poof, she collapsed. The machine died, or whatever. She couldn't. Uh, she just initiated the idea that. So it's symbolic that um, we psychologically, emotionally die if we don't get enough love to go forward, and we can't go back. So we metaphorically, emotionally die. So the woman, the feminine principle, the feeling principle, the embodiment, the feminine symbol for the beingness dies. So the pin goes on the collar, so she collapsed. When the woman when Raina collapsed, that's like the pin going in the collar. They feel flat, so they feel flat like that. Okay, we're doing okay. All right. There were some people sitting beside me. They just left. A good Samaritan right in front of me. The wind blew down all the cones there. He's picking them up. Or maybe he works here. I don't know. Let me take a short break here. One second. Let me see if I can find something for my back here. One second. Okay, and then at the end of the episode, Kirk said to Spock, "Gee, I really made a fool of myself, didn't I?" And he would have made a fool of himself because they were fighting with each other at one point. They were fighting over the girl, right? And he felt very foolish, very silly, fighting over a robot or something. And Spock's line was, or the scriptwriter gave Spock a very good line. Well, considering that he's 10,000 years old and you're fighting for her and he's been fighting and looking for her for 10,000 years, I would say this represents the eternal love triangle. The eternal love triangle is this issue. Can the baby get enough love from his mother to then leave her to the third, the triangle? Baby, mother, father, three, triangle, three, baby, mother, father. Can the baby negotiate, navigate, make the transition from mother to father? If the baby gets enough love, yes, he's good. He's healthy, he's normal, he's okay, he's on his way. If there's a problem there, what's he going to do? Transfer the problem of the mother onto the father and think the father's the mother back then? What a mess. And then blame the father for what the mother couldn't do? And what a mess. And all relationships will reflect this mess. So they'll be dysfunctional because, so that's Mr. Freud's famous Oedipal complex. Right? It's a metaphor for this kind of thing. Don't be confused by this nonsense of the perverted translation. Nothing to do with that. It's nothing to do with that. It's a confusion about energy and life force. I like that. So the love triangle is simple. I think just keep it to the love triangle, the eternal love triangle. I think Star Trek has a very good line for this. The eternal love triangle. Okay, the source point, the first love triangle, the very first prototype, the prototype of the love triangle is right there. Okay, the baby and the mother are in a blissful union. In normal development, the baby feels safe and loved to differentiate, be distinct. Now he's got his identity. Now he can connect with the father, connect with the mentors, um, you know, and then enter into a mutual relationship with another person who's differentiated, and a person-to-person relating, healthy relating like that, normal development. But if there's a problem with the mother like that, yikes! It just transfers to the next one, next one, next one. So in the nursing home, you're still fighting, like you're still in the nursery when you're in the nursery home. So they didn't navigate the first triangle. They didn't mourn the loss of the loving mother that should have been there. So if we don't do that, if that is the case, at midlife, it's up to us to face this, face the beast. Joni Mitchell, I gotta face the beast. The strong feeling, yeah, face the beast, face those strong feelings. Yeah, when Joni Mitchell, the singer, says, "When I pick up my pen, I'm gonna face the beast." Okay, she's getting in touch with this anger that she didn't get mother's love, facing the beast, this rage like that. So if she were to draw a sketch of a monster, well, that's within. She's facing the beast. The beast is within. Face the beast, she means. The beast is within. No outer. It's nothing outer. Everyone's got to face their own inner beast. So that's what Joni Mitchell means, right? Do we have a couple? Do we have any? Yeah, we have a. Well, I play a cover of her. We have a Dan McCafferty's cover of her song "This Flight Tonight" on our soundtrack. "This Flight Tonight," sung by Dan McCafferty, who passed away maybe 5 years ago or something. That's a great song. Huh? If I had the funds, I'd be on this flight tonight and do the analytic process. If I had the funds, my goodness. Uh, do we have Big Yellow Taxi? Let me check. It's been a long time. Both sides now. Yeah, both sides now is going to be on the soundtrack. Both sides now. Both sides. That's a pretty good image. Both sides now. So in the healing journey, when we resolve jungle slogan thinking, either or thinking, well, the answer is both sides now. The third side of the coin holds the other two sides. Mother's a person with different sides to her. She's not a goddess or a demon, some split creatures like that. It's not either or like that. Okay, a little bit of luck today. Yeah, I had some bad luck. I can't tell you. Sometimes this place is jam packed with people. I could never do a video here. Some, oddly, once in a while it's quiet. Maybe about a half a dozen people. Six, yeah, about 8 or 9 people. Spock was at his best in that film. He was the real hero of that film. He was the calm guy in the background. He was the true leader in that episode. He was playing the piano. He was playing the piano. He figured everything out. So Kirk wanted the perfect mother, right? The perfect woman, and all that. Methuselah tried. meaning every man for the past 10,000 years have been yearning for the perfect mother. Women too, obviously. So why are we in this mess? How did we get into this mess? See, now we're not making sense with this mess. Because when there's a trauma like that, we recreate and repeat, and our behavior outwardly is the reflection of this trauma. Our outer behavior is the reflection of the inner state of the trauma we experience. For example, baby felt shamed and quote unquote polluted by the mother. So we pollute on the planet as a reflection of the inner state. Baby didn't get proper love food. So we wreck the food on the planet as a reflection that we didn't get the proper love food. We destroy the physical food as a reflection or symbol that we didn't get the love food with the mother, and so on and so forth. Mother gave us emotional poverty. So 20% of the most pained put 80% in poverty to reflect the inner poverty that we feel. So and so on. So as above, so below. So we're not making sense doing this stuff. We're not making sense doing this stuff. We're homotraumicus. We're a traumatized version of ourselves. Began roughly 10,000 years ago, or whatever it was in the Star Trek episode. It was either 6 or 10, I forgot. Oh, what's that? If people walk in front of me, I don't want them to think I'm filming them, so I might have to turn. Yeah, later on, I'll show you the cherry blossom outside. They got a nice, on the front porch, they got some nice decorations there. Is that it for the? So they go together. So your mission, should you choose to accept it, is watch the Forbidden Planet, and then follow that up with Requiem for Methuselah, season 3, episode 19, and then read the quotes that we have here. And face the beast within. Your anger, your hurt, your rage, and what your mother did to you. Okay, and another thing we did in the last video was um, another pair of shows, both film episodes, two Twilight Zone episodes. The first one is called Nervous Man in a $4 Room. And then there's a bit of a tag on called Saturday in another Twilight Zone episode. I spent a fair bit of time on it in the last video, so I won't redo those two. But again, your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to watch those two Twilight Zone episodes and listen to my comments on it. I think I kind of opened it up a little bit about the flipping mirror, and then the Saturday takes about an hour to discuss. Yeah, so Saturday, yeah. So the healing journey done in 7 parts. The parts named after the days of the week: Someday, Moan Day, Tuesday, Wound Day, Thorn Day, Free Day, Saturday. So you got to face this someday stuff. That someday, if you repeat, recreate, and repeat the past, see the present as the past, which you're going to repeat. The present is called the presenting past, or you transfer the past to the present due to the compulsion to repeat. It's all transferred to the present. Again, repetition compulsion, but there is time, so it's transferred to the present, the past. So in the present, you just create some symbolic version of the past, hoping you're still in the past, wanting a better outcome, wanting mother's love. Really repeating. You're going to get mother's love back in the past. Oh, someday. Come on, someday. You got to face this someday stuff. Or with identification with the aggressor, with the Faustian deal one, yeah, someday, if I tell the world what my mother did to me in my protest, I'm going to show her up and expose her in my anger, my protest, and injustice like this. So I'm going to tell the world what my mother did to me. I'll find others to play me. I'll play her in my negative attitudes towards them. I'm telling the world how negative my mother was towards me because I become her and I see them as me. So someday, Really shaming others for all that time? You think there'll be a magical time machine and mother will say, "Oh, I'm sorry. Let me change my ways, give you the love, and have the proper experience." Someday, or someday, some people, but people are doing this. Yes, someday, if I shame others, um, mother will apologize. A time machine will appear and she'll change her ways. Someday. Or another someday is, well, look for symbolic mother. Really? A pint of ice cream is mother's sweetness in the past. Um, a bottle of wine is mother's spirit in the past. Someday, a cookie and a muffin and some comfort food will be mother's comfort, mother's sweetness, mother's nurturance. If I eat comfort foods in the present, I'll get mother's comfort back in the past. Some okay, nonsense. You got to face all these kind of somedays kind of thing. Another example of that is of a repetition compulsion is the slot machine one. Mother was alluring, right? Like the baby had a great hope for a mother's love. It crashed. A great hope. Emily Dickinson, a great hope fell. No, it's okay. Yeah, the staff reassure me you're okay. You're not too loud. It's no problem. No problem. Don't worry. I often move if somebody wants this. If it gets busy, I usually go somewhere else, kind of thing. Um, Emily Dickinson, a great hope fell. You heard no noise. The wreckage was within. O cunning tale that let no witness in. Baby had a great hope for mother's love. It fell, crashed. You heard no noise. The wreckage was within the wreckage. The soul, okay, turned to stone. Okay, echo becomes a statue. Okay, one way of doing it. Snow White's in a coma. Rapunzel's locked in a tower. Okay, the maiden, the princess, morphed into a swan, had to fly away. The wreckage was within. Oh cunning tale! Oh cunning tale! What trickery with the mother! What an evil genius! I mean, what? Meaning the mother used the baby to meet her unconscious needs. That's an old cunning tale. No baby can figure that out. The mother. No baby can say, "Oh, don't worry, me, self. Mother is trying to know that she'd been shamed, so she needs to shame me because she's trying to remember that she had been shamed. She's trying to get her story. She's trying to remember. She forgot it, so she recreates in an attempt to remember. So she'll cast me into the role of her back then. She Faustian with her mother. So she's going to shame me because I'm her and she's the mother. She's trying to remember that's what happened to her. Oh, that's okay. I'll, I'll, I'll accept that. I won't think badly about her. I won't take it personally or something. Oh, mother is angry at her mother, and she wants me to stand in for her mother, and she wants to continue her fight with her mother. So she's going to fight with me and hate me the way she hates her mother. Okay, I'm helping her. That's okay. I don't. Oh, mother didn't get the oneness with her mother. She wants me to save her and be a good mother for her. Oh, isn't that nice? I can save my mother. Okay. Oh, cunning tale. We mean it like that. Oh, cunning tale that let no witness them. So this whole trauma, this attachment trauma, relational trauma, interpersonal trauma, okay, which piggybacks on top of the underlying birth trauma. The birth trauma is going to mean the attunement's missing, so the mother can't relate properly. That's a relational trauma on top of the birth trauma. So you got these two traumas going on: the shock trauma, the birth, losing the mother, and then this relational frustration, like this. Oh cunning tale, oh cunning tale that let no witness him, meaning the child can't know it. He can't know it. Baby cannot admit and know that the mother failed him, used him, shaming him, hurting him, double binding him, gaslighting, and she's doing him while everyone thinks she's a good mother. There's a famous quote: "The devil, his greatest trick is he makes everyone think he's so wonderful." The mother's doing this, and the mother says, "Yeah, mother knows best, and father doesn't know." And I have everyone's brainwashed to think mother's so wonderful. And meanwhile, she's torturing the baby, persecuting the baby, sadistically, violently. Baby is some people call a soul murder or something. I don't use that phrase too much, but I notice I came. I noticed I watched a really miserable film, a pitiful film on YouTube called Bad Therapy. I caught the title Bad, no bad, yeah, Bad Therapy. It was a very bad film, number one, and um, it's a bad film about bad therapy. Um, so there was a line in there about the counselor being so psychopathic like this, and somebody said about her, well, her soul was murdered. That's why she's a psychopath. Her soul was murdered. She doesn't care about boundaries and things like that. So this poor young couple this woman's having a midlife crisis. She's okay, she's fine, but she wants to be happier. She wants to be more fulfilled. So she's having a bit of a midlife crisis. Um, so she goes to this bad therapist. This therapist is 100 times worse than her. Those therapist is, but the innocent client, is kind of open and trusting, doesn't know what's going on. So this bad therapist tried to destroy her and take away her husband, um, because her husband um, resembled a past surrogate father figure of her. He looked like her, so you wanted that father figure. Or people say um, that maybe the sibling. Um, I'm just noticing a airplane. Some people say some women are only attracted to men if they're unavailable. If the man is unavailable, she's very excited because the mother was unavailable. So this man would have a personality of her mother. So she wants the mother, but the mother's unavailable. So this nice young lady has a husband who happens to have the personality of her unavailable mother. So she got rid of her to get to steal the guy. So that's bad therapy, obviously, to say the least. Oh yeah, but a side comment was about this woman that she had her soul was murdered. Plus, the general message of the film is that when people are in midlife, oh man, you're alone. You're pretty much alone. I can kind of relate to that side of the film message. She was okay. She just wanted to be more enriched and discover her potential and want more for life. She's a typical midlife thing. Um, where's the support for that? Um, it's the opposite. If you go to somebody for help, okay, you're gonna get hurt usually. They don't usually. I mean, there are a lot of sham um, shingle people with narcissism. They want supply, right? They want supply, so they got a flimsy PhD, hang up a shingle, okay, and then that's the trick to get fed, to get money from people, and also narcissistic supply because the clients are vulnerable, they're trusting, they think the therapist is amazing. They love that. They want to promote that. They confuse you to perpetuate that. They get supply psychologically, they get supply materially. They're getting fed like this. At the same time, they're dumping on the person because in narcissism, okay, if the baby's distressed, that's dumping on the mother. The mother will soothe and provide goodness. Okay, the prototype is back in the uterus. The center vein sends down the goodness and the food. Baby sends out the waste and up the other veins to the placenta, which takes care of it, and down the center vein. So mother sends the goodness, baby sends the waste. Okay, that's the narcissistic pattern. So these corrupt narcissistic therapists, they want admiration to be the center. It's all about them, feel important. These people come to them, they get the money, and they dump and shame and hate them while they get all the supply. They dump the waste, get the good. So they're not therapists, obviously, but the system is not very analytically minded. Oh, if you get a PhD, hang up a shingle, you can do that. So a lot of people are drawn to A lot of people are drawn to, a lot of people with narcissism might be drawn to the profession for that purpose. A PhD in psychology is just um, an entry ticket to get into the shrink school. You can't be a shrink with a PhD in psychology. Academic psychology is trite, vague, erroneous, and it's a red herring against the analytic stuff. They don't teach you psychoanalysis in school. Only then you think, oh, okay, something's missing, and I want to go further like that. There's a huge kind of like filtering, screening thing going on like that. Oh, that's a fancy, wow, all the hype for nothing. I saw all the hype for that car. I just saw it. It looks pretty, pretty. Sorry, where was it just now? Oh, the film. Okay, we finished with the Star Trek, right? Okay, let's maybe shift over to the part three of the book, Why We Pick the Mates We Do. Maybe I could just take like a little musical break or something. Yeah, I think I can get away with one song here. I gotta reset it up here. Um, Let me just take like a little break here. This was my old phone that crashed on me, but I'm using it as a music player if I can. Oh, well. Oh, did the battery die on me already? You're kidding. Great little phone, the Honor 8S. This is a great phone, the Honor 8S. They don't make these. They don't make these anymore. We're getting it. Wow, Jesus, still. What's going on? Oh, jeez. I thought I fixed it. Still. What's going on here? What happened? Hmm. Okay, my regular spot's available. Let me pack up. Still recording? Still recording. All right, here we go. Hi again. Me again. Okay. Unrequited love. The self image of a quote rejected has to be rejected. So the self image of feeling, oh, I'm rejected. Oh, you got to reject that. So the key, the sort of the opening, the key opening quote for 41. Yeah, okay. Okay, so the theory here is we don't really choose like what we want kind of thing. Due to the repetition compulsion, we recreate, okay, uh, the template, the intrapsychic template. So our relationship choice is going to be a reflection of that template, as above, so below. So we're going to create in your marriage a reflection of the template. You study the template, then you know what the reflection of it's going to be. The reflection, what you have in the present in your marriage or whatever, is a reflection of the template. So the baby creates a template. Okay. Intrapsychic model, intrapsychic society, endopsychic structure, intrapsychic structure, schema, blueprint, working model, neurocircuitry, and memories, fantasies, all powerfully programmed into that machine planet, kind of thing. Okay, so the baby sees the child sees and understands what relating is about by watching their parents. That's the training film. That's the conditioning, the Pavlovian classical conditioning. The child says, "Oh, I see. Father plays one role, mother plays another role, and they relate to each other. Okay, well, I guess when I grow up, I'll model myself after one of them and find a partner to play the other one and recreate it because that's my model, that's my template. Now, there's pain, there's unfinished business, it's inflexible, it's rigid, so you're going to recreate in the present a reflection of the template. So you don't choose what you want, you choose how the parent chose. Okay, so um, okay, just as a starting point, if the first child, if the firstborn is a daughter, let's say, she grows up watching her parents. Okay. So she sees the father relating to her mother. She sees the mother relating to the father, and there's a training film going on. The child says to himself, well, okay, so the theory is if the firstborn is a daughter, she will role model or regard as a role model for her the father. That means when she grows up, she'll choose how he chose. So the daughter is going to marry a man with her mother's personality because her father chose a woman with that personality. She'll choose a man with that same personality. Hence, you recreated the template in the present. So it's not about gender. It's about personality. So you got to think about it in terms of personality issues. So the so um, so she quote unquote married her mother, meaning a man with the same personality like her mother. So she plays the role of the father. She takes after the father, personality speaking wise. So she's got to find a man to play the template, the perfect match, the match of the past, a man with the personality of the mother to recreate in the present the template. If the firstborn is a fellow, a boy, it's kind of flipped. He's going to role model himself and take after the mother. That means when he grows up, he'll marry a woman with his father's personality because he's going to choose how his mother chose. His mother chose a fellow with a certain personality. He's going to choose a woman with that personality. So he married his father, i.e., he married a woman with the personality of the father. So he plays the role of the mother, personality speaking wise, and his mate will play the role of his father, personality speaking wise. So you recreate the template, you reproduce the template. That's like a stamp, like a stencil. So you recreate it. So you're only attracted or drawn to what fits that template, that stencil. What do you call those things again? Those etchings. Or okay. So and then okay, that's just the starting point. So let's say in the first case, the daughter marries his mother. Let's say she doesn't like her mother. Let's say that let's say the woman says to herself that that when she's going to get married, that she wants a normal, healthy, loving fellow, not someone like her mother. Too bad. The compulsion, the machinery, okay, the id monster, like the force, like this. No, does that work? Well, it's going to create, it's going to manifest her unconscious wish. Her unconscious wish is that she's going to marry a fellow with the personality of her mother because she chose how the father chose because she role models herself after the father. So we're talking about imprints here. So this first quote here kind of highlights it. It's a good example of it. Okay. Quote: one woman said, "I married at 17 to get away from my mother. As I look back on my four marriages, I've married my mother each time. These men treated me the same way she did. It's as if she was here all along, in spirit, inside all of my husbands. They were all like my awful mother, one and the same. Now, I've spent 10 years in therapy working on my inner child's relationship with my mother. And now you, Miss Teachworth here, the author of this book, you're telling me that all along it's because I'm like my dad that I picked mates with my mother's personality? The real problem is that I'm attracted to the same kind of person my dad was attracted to, and so I naturally selected the same type of mate he did. Are you bleeping, bleep, 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 bleep me? Yikes. Unquote. The subconscious goal is to recreate the inner couple template. Your mother and father's relationship, like it or not, became the basis for all later intimate relationships between you and other human beings in your adult life. Since there were only these two lead roles in their relationship example, you will take after one of these adults more than the other, and then find someone to play the other one. The set of instructions that led you to pick the mate you did was, in every sense of the phrase, a post hypnotic suggestion because it functioned without your conscious awareness controlling whom you would attract, select, and marry. So the machinery on the forbidden planet would cause all this, right? And if a healthy fellow came on the scene, that would disrupt the template. So the monster would come and scare away the fellow. So let's say she wants a healthy fellow, and a healthy fellow comes along. It's as if in her unconscious, the monster image, the id monster comes up in her fantasy. Now, if it's science fiction, we'll see it, and the boogeyman will scare away the healthy guy because the rage around, wait a minute, you can't have a healthy guy. That means you got to let go of your justified hurt of being traumatized with your mother. You can't betray yourself like that. You got unfinished business there. So you got to recreate it because the pain you're in, you can't bypass that pain. There's a rage like that. The id monster says, get away, kind of thing, to the healthy guy. But she may consciously think, oh, wouldn't it be nice to have a healthy guy? Well, she's betraying herself. She's betraying the pain and anger she feels with the mother. So the id monster pushes away the healthy guy and leads her and makes her attracted, rings her bells or something. You'll be attracted to someone with a man with to a man with the same personality like your mother. He rings your bells. So the machinery will ring her bells and she gets all excited and a compulsion to marry that guy that she says, what the hell? This man's just like my mother. How did that happen? Well, it's unfinished business. It's unresolved. It's a template. The pain of it all, you recreate it, hoping for a better past. Okay, not making sense because the present isn't the past, but that part of the brain doesn't know time. All time is that time, so you recreate it kind of thing. It's not how our mother or father was with us that determines who we select as a mate. Yeah, so don't typically you think in terms of you and your mother or you and your father, and that influences your choice. Think about it as the template. You're going to choose how your role model parent chose. That's the choice comes from the template. He chose someone, you act like how he chose. You choose how he chose. You take after him or her. You role model yourself after them. So when you grow up, you're going to think like them and choose like them to get the template because that's your template. So you got to choose like him to get the template. It's not how our mother or father was with us that determines who we select for a mate. It's how our mother and father were with each other in our early childhood that forms the marriage imprint, the inner couple. For your inner adult, there is only one way to be when you grow up and have a relationship. Okay, for your inner adult, there's only one way to be when you grow up and have a relationship. You're going to either be like your mother or father, and then find someone for the other role. And then you're going to have a relationship like theirs. You're going to be that inner couple. The inner couple was the training film that you watched every day as a child. Your parents had the two lead roles in this relationship training film that gave you your first and only couple imprint in your early years. As a result, you saw only two models of how to be in a grown up relationship. You're going to be like him or you're going to be like her. It's your very own home video of a couple in action. There are only two lead roles in this film, and in order for the replay to begin in your adulthood, you must first find someone to cast in the other lead role. That's the inner mate. About 75% of the time, when you grow up and your programming surfaces, the inner adult part of you chooses the same type of mate that your adult role model parent choose, unlike the other parent. If your personality is more like your father's, then he is your inner adult model, and you will pick a mate like he did, someone with your mother's emotional makeup, because she is your inner mate model. If you are more like your mother, then she is your inner adult model, and you will pick someone with your father's personality and behavior, no matter which gender you are. Then he would be your inner mate model. In conclusion, we subconsciously copy the personality of one of our parents and then act it out in a relationship with someone like our other parent. Again, we subconsciously copy the personality of one of our parents and then act it out in a relationship with someone like our other parent. We have chosen that person as a mate for his or her ability to interact in a very familiar pattern to our parents. Left untreated, the unconscious inner couple imprint will become the client's only couple imprint for his or her own relationships later in adulthood. So this is not about what the fortune tellers tell you. This is not about astrologers tell you it's Mars or the planets. It's not about past lives, or it's not about pheromones or hormones. And it's not about the way to a man's heart is through his stomach, etc. It's more about this template thing. If you've ever been attracted to someone who wasn't good for you, in love with someone you didn't like, or unable to find the kind of person you always wanted to be with, you are one of the thousands of people who have already experienced the conflict between what the conscious mind wants and what the unconscious mind demands, the template. Everyone has a subconscious map of the world. Okay, that's the template. Everyone, oops, it's okay. Okay, let's go on. Everyone has a subconscious map of the world. It's what guides you daily, minute to minute, person to person. You may decide what you'd like to have in a mate, but there's an unrecognized, programmed part of you that decides whom you get, and you have little say about its goal. Feelings that are buried alive control our behavior without ever letting our conscious mind know why we are doing or not doing some things. They rob us of any choice in the matter. We just react. They now control our behavior as adults without our knowing it. Okay, so the exercise is called. So out of this, it, we're not talking about healthy parents. If the child had healthy parents, So you'll have a healthy relationship. If your parents are opposites, well, your relationship will be opposites. If your parents were alike, well, you'll be in a like attracts like this scenario. You're going to recreate it. So if it's healthy, it's not an issue here. We're talking about unhealthy, dysfunctional things. Okay, so because that's the only training imprint you have, you just keep recreating it. Is there any way we can choose otherwise? Enter, um, enter her approach, called the three-chair exercise. Okay, so the example was a couple went to her, right? A couple on the marriage is on the rocks and all this. They were thinking about getting divorced, but they said, "Oh, let's go to the counselor first." So the couple went to the counselor, and the couple said, "Counselor, please teach us how to communicate with each other. Please teach us some conflict resolution skills. Please teach us some process of how we can communicate with each other." She doesn't listen. She's always demands, so stubborn. I don't know how to reach her. We're always fighting and passive aggressive. Please teach. She says, no. Why are we here? Well, how it's going to work, dear couple, is that I'll see you, ma'am, on Mondays, and I'll see you, sir, on Tuesdays. Okay, fine, whatever. Okay. So Monday she appears, and she says, "Oh, I see. So I'm going to role play with you, counselor, right? You're gonna, I'm going to practice with you." What? What are we doing here? Counselor says, "Well, you and I are going to address your parents in your head." What? These ghosts in your head, these memories in your head of how your mother and father related together. We're, they are the client. They are the focus. We're going to address that. Oh my God, how's that going to work? All right, think back. When you were a child, how did you like how your parents related? Oh, you kidding me? Oh, it's awful, miserable, fighting this, fighting that. Okay, you didn't like it. What do you wish took place? Well, I wish he'd be nice to her and she'd be nice to him. Okay, well, let's role play that. Here's two chairs. You role play your father being nice to your mother, and then you jump to the other chair and you role play your mother being nice to him. Okay, I'll give it a try. Okay, come back to the basic chair. Now, what else do you wish you saw between your parents? I wish they were. I wish they could apologize to each other. Okay, hop into the chair. You play your father, introduce yourself as him, and play a healthy father to your mother, and you're going to play her. So you give the apology as your father, healthy father. You role play a healthy father. Look to the other chair and imagine his wife there, and you give, he gives, you are him, role play him, he gives, you are him, he gives an apology to her. You jump to that chair and you role play how you wish she received that apology and how she replied in return. And you jump into her chair and actually do say it like that. And then you do, okay, next. Okay, what else do you wish your parents did with each other? I wish they I wish they would talk about something. They never talked about anything. I wish they went to a film. After the film, they sat down in a nice lounge place or coffee shop place and have a talk and discuss the film. Okay, do that. Role play. Role play your father um, discussing um, with his wife about a film to see. Opens what kind of genre, what suggestions, and how do you want him to uh, communicate in discussing about the film. So you do that. You actually do that. And then you hop into her chair and you reply how you wish she replied. So eventually they agree on a film, right? Okay, they go to the film. Okay, then now they're in a coffee shop. You role play him discussing and sharing his impression of the film. Okay, and then you role play her doing it. He does it. She does it. He does it. You play those two. Okay, fine, fine, counselor. Okay, fine, fine. Okay, that's Monday. Okay, Tuesday, he comes in. Same thing, same exercise. Okay, this goes on for several months. The idea is for each of them to refer to an alternative template. Yes, it's positive false memories, um, but at least you can refer to them to inspire you in your daily relating. You need some new springboard, so to speak. So they did this for several months, and sure enough, they related to each other, both inspired by the imaginary healthy parents in their head. So she responded to him from the reference point of healthy parents in her head. He responded to her from his reference point of healthy parents in his head. And because of that, they were nicer to each other, and they related to each other kind of like the healthy way each of them created in the three-chair exercise. Now I'm feeling a little tired today. I'm a little lazy today. In previous videos, I actually did it. I jumped in the various chairs, and I was actually doing it, physically doing it. Um, so I'm not going to do it this time around. But that's sort of the exercise. Okay? Write down how you would have wanted your parents to change or fix their relationship. Who would you have wanted to do what? How would the other person respond differently? Role play them doing that. Role playing positive fictional dialogues between your parents would give her some prior experience of her parents working through stuck places in their relationship and make it possible for her to try some new behaviors with him. Now, as a therapist, my intervention is therefore directly into the parents' relationship in the past rather than into the couple's relationship in the present. Their parents became my clients. These ghosts were my clients. Okay, reprogramming, quote unquote, reprogramming started by having, Martin and Connie role play their parents being nice to each other at the same time in order to increase Connie and Martin's tolerance of simultaneous affection between themselves. They needed to practice having their parents find fun together without alcohol, excitement, without trouble and drama was the goal. They began the process of rewriting their inner couple programming together. 2 months later, they had a real breakthrough. Connie came in beaming, "Well, I remembered when we role played what we wanted our parents to do." So, right before Martin was getting ready to go out again, I went over to him and gave him a hug instead of yelling at him. He started crying and told me he didn't want to go out. He didn't know why he acted so cold to me when I was everything he had ever wanted in a wife. So we had a long talk, and we were nice to each other. And we want to stay out of the trance, quack trance, repetition compulsion, quack trance. Their original matching intercouple sets, each with opposites. He was a drunk and she stayed at home. Now, ironically, if they were both drunks or if they were both homebodies, they might get along better with each other. Yeah, she's saying commonly it's the opposites that come to therapy. The like attracts like one. They usually just scapegoat one of their children. They blow off steam by shit. They scapegoating one of the children. But that's how they deal with it. So the like attracts like don't usually go to therapy. If it's a healthy like attracts like, they're not going to go to therapy. If it's a dysfunctional like attracts like, well, they're going to scapegoat the child. The child plays the sponge of their pain. So they're so bitter they'll scapegoat the child. But if they're opposites, um, it's sort of more. There's less of a chance to do that. There's no agreement to do. There's no real agreement to do that. I began suggesting to my clients that they role play their parents, fixing their relationship with each other in order to create a precedent inside their own memories. Practicing this new experience of their parents resolving their relationship would make it easier for my clients to be different with each other now. A couple of patterns had controlled how those participants behaved and felt in their current relationships. Subconscious programs had activated and limited their interactions and still remained in place, no matter what they had learned consciously in the workshops. Having them re-solve their parents' unsatisfactory relationships themselves instead of just wishing their parents had. So imagine you are a child again. How would you like each of your parents to be with each other, and then role play that? So this is a trance idea. Yeah, this idea of this is all like a trance. So she borrows the idea of the hypnotist. So the stage hypnotist found some scans the audience, or has some previous knowledge, I don't know, of somebody who was never looking for a mother, never had a mother, never attached to the mother, looking for a mother like that. So we all know that children will dance to any tune the parent says. Children will do anything the parent says, no questions asked, kind of thing. So the hypnotist wants to co-opt that, because if he if he steps in as that missing mother, that person will do what he says. So he brings somebody on stage and puts them in that odd state where you're not asleep, but you're not conscious, but you want to create the psychology where the hypnotizee is the child wanting to please mommy, and the hypnotizer is the mommy. So mommy hypnotizer says, "All right, I'd like you to pretend you're a duck and make some duck sounds or something." And sure enough, she would quack or something, and the audience would all laugh and all this. Is this real or what? Okay, now for the rest of this lecture, for the next little while here, in this room here, when you hear my voice say the word duck, I'd like you to quack, okay? Okay. Okay, now I'm going to bring you two on the count of five. You're going to wake up. One, two, three, snap your, whatever they do. So she wakes up and, oh, and they ask her, could you please tell us about the past few minutes? No, I don't know. Was I asleep? I don't know. Okay, fine. So she goes back to her chair. Okay, the lecture continues. And then the hypnotizer tells some joke about a duck or something. So he says the word duck. She hears the word duck. She jumps and starts quacking. Everybody's laughing again. She's going, what the hell? Why am I doing this? Okay, it goes over. Okay, the trance is over. You no longer have to quack like a duck when you hear the word duck. Snap my fingers. You're out of it. Snap, snap. Whatever. He gets her out of it. Um, so that was the idea, that the baby is hypnotized by the parents, and there's a post-hypnotic suggestion that when he grows up, he's gonna marry uh, somebody like one of his parents. He'll play one and quack, marry the one that fits the other one. Quack, quack, like a post-hypnotic instruction. This is unconscious hypnosis. So she likens all this to a hypnosis kind of thing. We're not aware of it. We're not choosing it. So you may have a conscious wish for a healthy fellow. It's not going to work, right? But if somebody fits the template, quack, quack, you're going to marry them. Right? That's what she means. So if you want to get out of this curse, this negative template, do the 3-chair exercise and just set it in, and role play healthier relating. Your parents having fun, your parents discussing a film, Your parents making I statements. Your parents um, um, being nice to each other, being affectionate towards each other, dancing together, or doing some fun activity together, or discussing something and an open-hearted way. Maybe there's a ritual. Maybe they share the eagle feather back and forth. Okay, maybe they have some kind of um, routine they have, like a ritual process that helps them feel safe to communicate. The eagle feather, you know, facilitates honest communication. The eagle, deep vision, deep knowing, like that. Could be the crow. Yeah, get the crow. Get the crow. Why doesn't? If you can't get an eagle feather, get a crow feather. A crow's feather. Crows are very have a deep insight. They say. So anyway, they can design it themselves. They can design and set the intention of how they're going to set it up, where they're going to have an open-hearted, true communication, where they're going to be honest. No games, no tricks, no duplicity, no bitter. Okay? They're going to talk about what's really going on underneath. So you need a ritual like that. Call them to the direction. So indigenous people would do these kind of things. So people can learn from them. Smudging, call in the direction, set the intention, a little prayer maybe, and then eagle feather. So you whatever you learn about communication skills, give it to your parents and role play your parents having those communication skills, and you role play your mother having better communication skills. You role play your father having better you play him having those skills that you give to him. So in the counseling, she doesn't face the couple and get them to each other. They're just going to fight. It's not going to work. Whatever you teach them, it's just going to fight again. It's too much. It's too intense. Update the script, the template that the two have in. They're going to come from those templates. So improve the template. Then the outer will be a reflection of that newer, healthier template. So there'll be a newer, healthier relating as a reflection of the newer, healthier precedents set in their memories. So this idea, oh yeah, if we, by the way, a little joke here. If we know love is blind, why do we believe? Why do we believe in love at first sight? So really, you believe in love, but you know love is blind, but you believe in love at first sight. Well, the first sight, wow, that's transference love. Love begins at second sight. The first sight, okay, that's you see that person reminds you of the past, that brought up the feelings of the past. You transfer the past to the present. You don't see the person in the present for who they are. They just triggered the past feelings. You transfer the past feelings to the present, and that's called transference love, infatuation, spellbound. You got the oneness, you got the bliss, you got the paradise, the honeymoon phase. That just reminds you of the past, that triggers that blissfulness that you had with the mother, but you forgot. So you think, oh, you're the one, you're amazing, you're the one, you're the one. You don't even know them. You barely know them. Love at first sight. Well, they just happened to have the same psychology like your mother. That flared up the wiring. You lay down with the mother. So that's called transference love. So when people talk about love is blind, they're talking about this compulsion, the constraint. So you see the partner as an emotional reincarnation of your mother in the past, and you forgot the bliss you felt with the mother, but now you feel it, and you transfer the person present. Oh, you're the one. You're perfect. You're everything. You're my first. You're my last. You're my everything. Play Barry White's song. I don't play it due to the copyright issue. Love begins at second sight. So when you withdraw this, pull back the curtain kind of thing, and see who's really there, and get to know them now for who they are, that's when love begins at second sight. When actually most relationships begin as love at second sight. Love begins at second sight. The first sight, you're not seeing them at all. You're transferring the bliss of the paradise from the childhood to the present. You're not seeing that person in the present. They just were a catalyst. They were just a symbol, something to trigger up the past, which you transfer. So you think it's them in the present. It's not, right? So the play title is "I love you, you're perfect. Now please change." So you'll be infatuated in the beginning. Now they can't pick up where the mother left off. So you'll be disappointed. Now suddenly you're enraged at them. That anger you feel at the person in the present, that you chose that to know how you felt with the mother. We recreate to get the story so we can stop repeating. We forgot this hurt with the mother. Find somebody who's a copy of her, feel the hurt now, then take it to the source, bring it, pull it back to the past, and that's how you know that now you know how angry and how you felt with the mother. That person just reminded you and brought it up. You was repressed. It's gonna come up. Oh, I got some kids just beside me. Maybe I can change here. Hold a second. Let me find another spot. Okay, let's hang out here for a bit. Oh, they've got AC here. This is they got AC here. Oh, jeez. Normally, I'd go to the sixth floor, the outdoor part, but there's a construction project right there, so it's just way too noisy. Oh, okay, hold on a second. Let's get the quotes out. Okay, so there's two parts to our theory. Okay, the idea that we imitate or take after one of the parents, and when we grow up, we choose how they chose. You don't choose what you want; you choose how they chose. That's how you end up with the same thing in the past. The present is still a continuation of the past, and it's usually limited like that. You don't grow like that usually, unless you do some personal work. But generally speaking, the conflict that your parents were engaging in, it's going to be still there like that because you're role modeling that. See, it's unresolved. You didn't get enough love with your parents to choose healthily for yourself. So you're just recreating that thing. It's getting a better outcome for the past for yourself. So you're going to pick one, you'll play one, find someone to play the other, and you recreate the thing, and you're still in the past. Okay. Hundreds of books, hundreds of books have been written on the subject of mate selection. The common belief when I'm married was the father was always the little girl's ideal mate model, and the mother the little boy's. Just like the song quote, "I want a girl just like the girl who married dear old dad. Well, in my case, my husband had to deal with the growing realization that he had married a girl just like his undear old dad, not his mom. Nothing to do with gender, right? So typically, um, you pick one of the parents and find someone to play the other parent, and you're in like that, huh? So, as mentioned at the beginning, if the firstborn is a daughter, she'll role model her choosing attitude and personality a bit like the father. So she'll kind of be like the father, let's say. That means when she grows up, she chooses how the father chose. So she'll end up with a man with the personality of the woman that the father chose because she chooses like the father chooses. So she ends up with a man with the personality of her mother. He married a woman like her, so she marries a man like her. The way, so you get it? Okay. And then the guy flips with the other guy. So men marry their, so men, the first son, the man marries his mother, and the first daughter, she marries um, her mother. Now the second born, it's usually flipped. And she said, whatever the third is, the fourth will be flipped. And let's say there's 6 kids. You might have 3 with one and 3 with the other. Something with genetics, the pairing with the genetics. And it can influence the disposition of the personality. Like, so the personality, she thinks kind of is influenced by this genetic pairing thing. She said all right. So let's say a couple has uh, 8 kids or something. Maybe 4 of them uh, take after the father, and they all marry someone with the personality like their mother. Okay, the other 4 kids, it's flipped. They role model themselves after the mother, and they marry somebody with the personality of their father. Forget about gender, like that. Except for the firstborn. If it's the firstborn, the gender is influenced, but after that, it's going to be flip. 75% of the time, not a perfect theory, but I include this because I've heard there have been numerous quotes of women complaining so strongly how they don't understand why their husband is just like their mother. So let's say the son one. Let's say the firstborn is a boy, and let's say his father is a turtle, a detached, quiet, aloof, distant, avoidant, emotionally unavailable, leave me alone, ivory tower, a turtle, no connection, no feeling, no play, no fun, whatever. So he's just in his own little turtle world with a shell, no emotional connection. He's a turtle. And let's say the mother's the more, expressive one or a communicative one, let's say. So they're kind of opposite. They're opposites. He may consciously say to himself, "Gee, when I grow up, I want someone who talks to me like that." No, he is going to choose how his mother chose. His mother chose a turtle, so he will choose a woman who's a turtle. So he, so he married a turtle, a female turtle, quiet, reserved, shelled off, whatever, detached. Now she had the example of let's say, okay, let's pick the example. Let's pick this current example. Let's say he consciously says, "I don't want a turtle wife. I want a woman who talks and someone I can talk to, not who closes the door and says, 'Leave me alone all the time.'" So let's say that breaks up, and he does it again. Again, seriously, I didn't think she was going to be a turtle. Looked promising. Oh my God, it happened again. Again. So let's say he forcefully, out of a much immense pain, says, no, no way. Then what he might do is then he might be the turtle and marry the expressive one. But in that case, the expressive one makes him be like a turtle because he'll play the turtle. So he just recreated the template. Just he only flipped the roles like that. The real problem many couples encounter is not so much the external influence from in laws, but internal interference from programming, which begins to surface inside each partner after they become a couple. In effect, the prior example of your parents' relationship is trance dash like you're in a trance, hypnosis, transferred into yours. It is not your inner child that picks, no. Your inner child grows up to become uh, like one of the parents, and then you make the same mating decision as your pre programmed adult role model parent did. In the trance of falling in love, you don't see the person in front of you. You see the original mate model parent, someone who reminds you of the other half of your inner couple, whether that person looks like the parent or not. It's about personality. So they might not look like it, might not look like it. While your conscious mind is looking for the perfect mate for your future, your subconscious mind is searching for the perfect match to your past. Okay, so be careful with, oh, we're a match, oh, we're a match, we click, we're a match. Well, be careful with that. You mean the perfect match of the past template? Oh, you're a match, then you're back in the past. Again, your conscious mind is looking for the perfect mate for your future. Your subconscious mind is searching for the perfect match to your past. And your subconscious mind is in charge of what you get. You get a person who can act like your mate, model, parent did with your role model parent. Okay, so her jargon is the child sees his parents. One parent will be the role model. Okay. The role model chose someone, that's the mate model. So when you grow up, you're going to choose how the role model chose. So you're choosing the mate model. Healing begins when we come out of trance and recognize that inner adult imprint in ourselves. Waking up means that we realize that some of the trance dash forensics are coming from our own early programming. That's the problem, not the solution. The solution lies not in what your partner should do to fix the relationship, but in the knowledge of what our inner couple role models could have done to fix theirs, and making the change start with your inner adult parent being a better mate first. Okay, so it all begins, the therapy process begins by making your role model, upgrading it, role modeling it, pretending you're a healthy father in your mind, and act like it with the chair exercise. And you play the mother one and update the template. And then later on, your choices will come from that template. As above, so below. So fix the below, the outer will be fixed. You want the outer to be better, you got to fix the inner. Heal the man in the mirror. Play Michael Jackson, right? The effect role playing, um, the effect role playing your parents as you wish they had been can have on your belief systems and corresponding behaviors. Quote, drama liberates us from confinement, whether that confinement is socially or psychologically induced. Okay, she quoted some drama theater person. Next one. Role playing these basic assertiveness skills helped her change her inner adult's precedent for passivity and disappointment. Her partner actually appreciated knowing what she wanted and liked giving it to her. It was a surprise for her to hear that. Okay, so in one example, the woman was afraid. The woman was very passive aggressive all the time. So you role play your mother not being passive aggressive, being expressing cleanly, i.e., making I statements. Susan Campbell, 2360 on how to make an I statement. The Rosenberg book, OFNR, Observation, Feelings, Needs, Request, on how to make an I statement. Oops, what's going on here? Still getting used to this one. I got this huge square, the little sun thing, the red blinking light, the time thing flashing, all these other little occasional signs and leaps and things. I'm using a very budget phone. The one strange thing about this phone is it'll block background noises. If I'm in a noisy place, you'll hear me, but not the background. It's very strange. But the general audio quality is poor with this phone. The old phone was way better. The Honor 8S. I really miss the Honor 8S. They don't make them anymore. It's a budget mini phone. Fits in your pocket, very thin. Um, Suffer the elements, 3 continents, 1,200 videos, 10,000 quotes. Somebody called it a kid's phone. You got to be kidding. It was an excellent phone. Um, who cares if it was a kid's phone? It did its job. It was great. It finally crashed on me. I'm trying to see if I can use it as a music player, but I'm having issues with it, so maybe not. If I keep the battery part plugged in, I can only play the built-in mini speaker in the phone. It's not really. So I tried to add the extra speaker. It doesn't work. The extra speaker. So what I'm holding now is a big old clunker. It's maybe 2 to 3 times heavier, at least 20% taller and wider. Doesn't fit in your pocket really. It was on sale, clearance bin kind of thing. I noticed the audio isn't very. There's always this little echoey, muffly sound, right? This wavy, echo, delayed, like it's a long distance call kind of thing or something. Like a long distance Skype call or something. It isn't very clear like that. But the kid's phone, the audio is crystal clear. It's excellent. Is that it? Did we? Let's double. Let me check again. Let's see. Opposites are attractive only if their parents are opposites. If the parents were alike, then two people who are alike will be attracted to each other. Oh yeah. So with the one example where the guy, there was a man, but in his template, the parents are opposites. He liked a girl who was opposite to him, but in her brain, the template was the parents were alike. So she was not interested at all in him. She had to choose like attracts like. He had to choose opposites. So that's the problem. He liked her, but she had no interest in him. Again, in her mind, the template is like attracts like. They gotta be the same kind of thing. In his mind, the parents are opposites. She was opposite to him, so he was drawn to her, but not her to him. Trance. What's this one again? Adult children of alcoholics will usually pick a partner like one of the parents. John Bradshaw calls this the family trance. Certainly, trance would explain why Tim picked someone like his mother, a person who couldn't give either him or his father any love or affection. But it wasn't Tim's inner child who repeatedly picked mates like the mother he wanted nothing to do more with. It was his inner adult self, programmed to pick a mate like the one his adult role model father had, regardless of whether it had been a good choice. Subconsciously, what had been repeated was not Tim's inner adult role model parents' choice of a mate, but that adult role model's unmet needs with his mate. So to keep in mind that the parents chose each other because of unmet needs. Now you have unmet needs, your parents have unmet needs. That's why the couple can't directly face this. Like a couple is fighting all the time because they're coming from a place of their parents not getting their needs met. My father didn't get my needs met. My mother didn't get my needs met. I didn't get my needs met. None of us got our needs met. You meet all three of our needs met. Too much. She's doing the same thing. Too much. So that's why on Mondays she worked with her, and on Tuesday him, and update the template as if the parents got their needs met by you role playing it. I had Tim write a new script for them so we could enact his parents' relationship as a stage play. As a stage play. Most things buried in the subconscious mind make no sense to the conscious mind. In fact, it dumped those feelings there because they made no sense in the first place. Yeah, child's overwhelmed, it's too much, so it gets repressed. The conscious mind doesn't even remember burying them. They have been buried since childhood because the child you were then was unable to deal with those feelings and repress them. One of the biggest categories of things that make no sense to the childhood conscious mind is adult to adult relationships. Not yet having been an adult, you had neither the life experiences nor the comprehension to understand what was going on between the parents you loved and depended on so much. Yet these are the very people you emulate when you become an adult, and you do so without ever really understanding why. Quote, all I got from therapy was how my partner and I should behave as a married couple. We never knew why we did what we did to each other. Now, all we have to do is look at the training film that each of us watched daily from birth to 5 years old to see how we are under stress, unquote. Your relationship will go only so far as this old programming can take it and no further, unless you can get out of your trance and purposefully override that post hypnotic suggestion. Yeah, so you gotta tell yourself to stop quacking when somebody reminds you of the parent. You're hypnotized to quack. You gotta tell you gotta unhypnotize yourself. Okay, I think we covered it. I've discussed it a fair bit for the past almost 2 weeks, I think. Um, so let's wind it down here on this one. Yeah, she made the point that in these Gestalt chair exercises, it's kind of like it's too direct. It's like Imagine your mother there, say what you want to say, or you know, it may be of some help to some degree. She said she tried it, forget it, forget it. You role play a healthy mother, talking to you now also playing a healthy father, and you play those two. You play a healthy dad, your dad. You make up a healthy dad and play him. You make up a healthy mother and play her. And you do this on a stage with the two chairs back and forth. She just keeps it like that. Forget about the other stuff. So what? You imagine your father in a chair. You're going to blow off steam. So what? Nothing's really changed. What you want to change is the imprint, the template of how your father and mother related. They didn't get their needs met. They chose each other because they're following their respective templates. So at least look at your template and create a new parallel precedent to refer to that gives you a healthy alternative kind of thing. One thing I was thinking about doing was maybe how are we doing? What time is it? Let's see. Oh, it's 5:10 already, right? So I've got a good half an hour of light here. Uh, I made the mistake again of drinking too much coffee. I got that initial enthusiasm and it kind of crashed. If I just stayed with guava juice, it was sold out, unfortunately. If I drink guava juice, I can talk for 8 hours refreshed. I can maybe even go to 10 or 12 or something. Amazing, right? If I drink coffee, yes, I'm excited for 2 hours or something. Then I have this kind of, hang on, 46. Um, yes. Oh, here, sorry. Here's another one. I missed one. Okay, back to the book here. One more. I forgot one. My assumption was that most couples' difficulties stemmed from their unfinished business with their parents. I now believe that a couple's difficulties reflect the unfinished business from their parents' relationships. Huge shift there, right? We focused not on the unmet childhood needs of the unhappy couple who walked into my office, but on the unmet relationship needs of the two unhappy couples who floated in with them, the ghosts of their parents. Laura and Mike stopped blaming each other and were able to live their relationship their way, not their parents' way. So you want the couple to live their way, not the parents' way. Um, role playing your parents as you wanted them to be provides an opportunity for you to experience them meeting each other's needs for a change. This functions as an alternative positive program for your relationship now. let's see. Oh yeah, okay. That's coming up. The Fire of Revenge one's coming up. Yeah, I did a preview of it before, but we got a tough one coming up called Fire of Revenge. That's an interesting one. Two. Oh, this is the one. 50. Oh, Forbidden Planet. Oh, I forgot a couple here. Oh, back to Forbidden Planet. Oh, I missed one. Um, the 1956 film The Forbidden Planet. Okay, so this man's id, okay, has become monstrously actualized. Okay, that's what we talked about there. All right, so Forbidden Planet utilizes the literary device of a machine which makes real that which one desires, to explore in metaphor, the childhood thought processes of omnipotence and magical thinking. I mentioned that. As we see in the film, the monster we feel most is us, or as we also see in Walt Kelly's 72 comic strip, Pogo, when Pogo says, "We have met the beast and he is us. The enemy is us." Is that it? Oh, that's it. Okay. Ah. Recently, we talked about the Carol Burnett show. I mentioned that already. That's in 2948. And the three faces of Eve. See, the Jane mind, that's what you want to build. The adult mind is the Jane mind. When the Jane mind, that's like the ark floating on the consciousness of like the boat on the water. If that's missing, you got the unconscious minds of the splitting. Eve black, Eve white, splitting. White or black, right? That's splitting. So they're both dysfunctional. So we saw these personalities. And when the Jane appeared, the, the healthy adult mind, then the Eve white and Eve black poofed away kind of thing. Or they synthesized and became included and helped build up the Jane mind. So the daughter was saying, "Hey mom, when you're Jane, I like you when you're Jane. Could you please be Jane? Come on, mother, be Jane. Be the Jane version of you. Don't be the depressed, mopey Eve white one. You're very depressing. Oh, don't be the Eve black one. You're dangerous like that. Be the nice, normal, pleasant one, the Jane one. Please be the Jane one." So when she did the therapy process, well, we don't see it, but theoretically, she did the therapy process by um, resolving oppositional thinking. It's not black or white, either or. So in the therapy, you resolve this either or, Eve white, Eve black, this black or white. It poofs away, and you get a new one. In Inside Out 2, you see that at the end. Okay, so the pathological joy, all good, perfect, I'm special. Okay, the anxiety, oh, I'm never gonna, never gonna. No, it's not. It's not your special, supreme number. You're not just always defective. So you saw the two flipping around like that. You hold attention to the opposites. Find something that's inclusive, that's both, and then the beingness came back. She was embodied. The coach saw Riley as being embodied. She's calmer, thinks more reasonably. That allows everyone around her to be calmer. Everyone thinks more clearly. Then you're a better team. You score more goals. She got the scholarship. You want her on the team. If you don't have the beingness, you're coming from either or stuff. So you're like on the anxiety side way, she's too manic and selfish, or you know. And I theoretically, if they put only the delusional joy one, she'd be this Peter Pan one who would never learn from mistakes. It's all good. I missed the goal. It's all good. And she'd be this denial, or something. And anxiety would say, I got to do everything to get the goals. Um, so she couldn't be a team player because she can't, because she's too in desperation to connect with the mother, score the goal. Get the point. So this fictional BPD nonsense, MPD nonsense, was just a vehicle to refer to internalized imaginary companions or the psychology of splitting. I feel like I'm missing something. I don't know. I'm missing. Should we do the preview of this one here? Okay, let me just do the preview of this one. 51. Oh, 51. Yeah, okay. I mentioned I might do a preview of 51. I mean TQ 2951. I keep all my bloopers and awkward moments. Sign of my anxiety. So I gave my disclaimer already. I'm not a shrink and all that, right? I thought this wasn't bad. This one here about the split one. Oh yeah, defense. Oh yeah. Here's one about the defense against mourning. So um, you don't admit a loss. So inside in your mind, you were bonded to somebody, right? And you can't admit a loss to that. So your love and affection, your attachment's there. Your emotional attachment is to the one that's lost, but you don't know how to mourn the loss. As a defense, that means one way, one byproduct of that is the split between physicality and the feeling. So one case was one lady didn't know how to mourn the loss of the fellow. So then she was a playgirl afterwards. In multi-partner compensation, the original relationship is preserved as an ideal by not allowing subsequent fellows to combine um, love, closeness, and monogamous attachment. Thus, quantity replaces quality, or more accurately, quantity replaces memory of quality. By engaging in numerous affairs, um, the ex partner is punished in one's own mind via infidelity's quote. However, given continued investment in the ex partner, at this point, no current one can be trusted, and grief returns as soon as one is alone again. As always, letting go offers the best release from the anguish of rejection in love, but this outcome may be long deferred in cases of multi-partner compensation, insofar as, quote, sleeping around amounts to a means of denial that there is a loss that must be mourned. Okay, so the promiscuity, the playboy, the playgirl, that means they're not mourning. They're not mourning. It's defense against mourning to maintain the split. So you maintain the split. Um, you don't connect to someone because you can't mourn the past one to love somebody in the presence of split. And you call she calls the split multi. Okay, the person is running from pain. The person is running from pain rather than dealing with it. A response to rejection that behaviorally states, quote, I don't miss you. There are plenty of other fish in the sea, means that working through the trauma of such a loss is being denied. Need him anyways, lots of fish. Don't need him, lots of fish. The ex partner is missed, and the sadness of this reality requires recognition. So, anytime um, this is splits going on, can't connect, can't, fling after. Jungle Love, oh, play the song Jungle Love by Steve Miller, right? Or play the song I've Never Been to Me by Charlene, or play the Ace of Base, their song All That She Wants, okay? Or any kind of song like that about promiscuity. Uh, that's a defense against mourning. You're inwardly attached to the first one, but there's a pain there. It's complicated grief, aggravated grief. You don't know how to mourn the loss to love somebody in the present. So you cannot love somebody in the present. That means it's only going to be quantity as a defense against quality, because you can't love, that's quality. The quantity is a defense against quality, because you can't have quality because you don't know how to let go of the past, i.e., you don't have a beingness to do so, i.e., you didn't get the truth. Um, you didn't get your parents' story to lead you to the conclusion that your mother didn't love you. Then you'd feel sad and get a beingness, and then you can get into quality. A lot of kids around here today. My goodness, all over the place. Is school out or something? Is that what it is? Jeez. One second. Let me change my chair here. Let's try the 6-4. Maybe we'll get lucky. Okay, so we're posting this in the year 2024. Hang on. There's a construction I was talking about. That's not too. Oh, wait a minute. The phone can blot out background noises. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's try this for a bit. Yeah. So I'm hearing construction noises in the background in front of me, but maybe you're not, right? Yeah. So yeah. Oh yeah. That's. So I include that quote to our thread on the Don Juan syndrome. We have a thread of quotes on the Don Juan, the Don Quixote, the Casanova, the Playboy, and all that. And it's split like that, right? They also have it split because they can't mourn. People with narcissism don't mourn, so it'll always be split like that. That's why there's no affection or monogamy like that, commitment and feeling. Um, Actually, yeah, that reminded me as well. I saw one little like a news program. They did like a feature thing about women who refuse to settle down or get married. They want to stay single or something. Like why is that or something? And and the pattern was pretty much the same thing. Um, all of the ones interviewed, is that right? Or at least many of the ones interviewed came from broken homes and all that. So either they're going to recreate being dumped, find someone who will dump them, or they'll find someone to dump. So maybe they just detach and uh, avoid that. So they only have that template, and maybe they tried it and tried it, didn't work, so they gave up, kind of thing. Something like that. Okay, let's get back to the quotes here. Okay, I'll review this one when we get there, 51. And she said these ones about couples who break up and then try to get back together without any changes, it's not going to work. It's the same thing. Many second chance unions are doomed to failure because they are born of desperation, not aspiration. Thus, rather than being based on a newfound appreciation of the old partner, they tend to be entered into as respites from the strains of separation. The counter symbiont, yeah, the one who rejected, typically goes back only after discovering um, that breakup was inopportune for some unforeseen reason, and the symbiont, the one who's dumped, typically takes back a tarnished lover to soothe wounded pride, as well as to resume their unfinished project of caretaking and reforming. In neither case is the motivation love for a real partner, and the reunion is likely to collapse. Um, in the end, falling victim to the same old patterns and with another breakup, the same old solution. Hence, those reunions that are successful must be dialectically preceded by letting go so that reunion is based on a fresh look at a somewhat different partner rather than on a return to prior interpersonal patterns. Okay, not a major, but that could easily go in the honorable mention pile. That one, not a major one. Okay, this one here, just this is like a kid's psychology 101 or high school version of defense mechanisms. Um, Intellectualization. Okay, so keep it all in your head. So, for example, at a funeral, rather than grieve, well, focus on the details of the service of the burial. So you're supposed to be crying and all that, but no, no. At what time should this happen? At what time should that intellectualize it? Keep it in your head. Projection. We mentioned that one earlier, right? You felt you didn't know the answer, so you say, "Oh, they're dumb." Reaction formation. We move from one extreme to another as a way of dealing with strong emotions that either threaten or overwhelm the balance the ego seeks to maintain in the mind or are unacceptable in the culture in which we live. Okay, the balance. No, yeah, that's why. Yeah, okay. So reaction formation. That's never been fully clear to me. Sometimes called counterphobia. So you want to stay in touch with something. You want to stay true to something, but it's too embarrassing to know it or something. So the way to stay in touch with it is to flip it. It's like a line to the truth. It's flipped. So usually, you know, um, in sitcoms, the girl likes the guy. We see that she likes the guy, but she's embarrassed to admit that she likes a guy like that or something. So she's, oh, I hate that guy. I really hate that guy. Very strongly says how much she hates him. It might turn out to be a reaction formation. She really likes the guy. It's a little flip like that. If somebody says they like you, or it's the other way around, or it could be flipped. They hate you. I'm crazy about you. Whoa, whoa. Watch out for that one, right? Reaction formation. Rather than deal with disappointment rationally or regression. Okay, next one, regression. In regression, we retreat to emotional stages or emotional reactions more appropriate to an earlier time of life. Rather than deal with disappointment rationally and maturely, uh, or redirect our energy into, oh, sorry. We might, for example, okay, so you go into a temper tantrum. That's regression, right? Okay, sublimation. Sublimation. We act out unacceptable wishes in an acceptable way. Okay, for example, the frustrated, lonely housewife uh, has all passion. Okay, it becomes an artist. Maybe she puts it in her art, in her painting or poetry or pottery or something. Okay, splitting is a major one. Splitting of the world into good or bad objects, either or. So this can be people who. So one outcome. Okay, one outcome of this is the inability to decide whether one's primary love object is good or bad, right or deficient. One can also experience fantasies of persecution or abandonment, a sense that the world is against one or that certain people have an influence. Okay, either or, right? So, so the goddess or the demon, either or, right? So you see others, oh, they're the dangerous, or others are amazing, either or. You don't see the humanism. People can also experience yearnings for the reparation of wounds or for the restoration of lost objects by constantly seeking out romantic partners who resemble parents or who perform reparative functions that heal very old wounds trapped in a repetition compulsion. He repeatedly replays the same personal scenario because he has failed to come to terms with the core conflict of his personality. So another defense mechanism is the unrelentless hope. Martha Starr calls it uh, this relentless hope, unreal hope that somebody's going to make up for the past. Repetition compulsion, that's another defense. If you don't want to remember, you can just repeat. Too painful to remember, just repeat. Act out. You don't remember. At the same time, acting out is an attempt to remember. We do repeat in an attempt to remember. We're trying to remember. We're trying to remember. So we act out trying to remember. The body bears the burden, trying to remember. Dreams, trying to bring it to your attention. Okay, um, let's end up with a classic quote by Edmund Burglar. This is a slightly extended version of it. Any neurotic can be compared to a person carrying around one phonograph record constantly and continually on the lookout for a phonograph on which to play his only tune. The one and only record represents the basic unconscious neurotic tendency. The phonograph stands for the other person with whom the neurotic pattern can be repeated. Certain unconscious behavior patterns acquired in early childhood become petrified, and under the pressure of the repetition compulsion are repeated through the remainder of life with eternal monotony and completely without conscious awareness of that repetition. Thus, the unconscious repetition machine reels off the unconscious behavior pattern. That's I've been using that quote all throughout. So every neurotic is a music enthusiast, but he only has one record, the 45. He carries it with him everywhere he goes. Every time he sees a turntable with never-ending fiery ardor, Burglar says he runs to the turntable, spins off that 45. Only one tune. There's only one, only lone tune. Cry for love, mother said no. Cry for love, mother said no. Pain like that. Only tune. New situation. So every new situation, he's going to play that tune. So in the present, he's going to play that tune, recreate that scene that caused that problem, and repeat the thing. So the more benign ways he plays himself, finds others who will disappoint him. The more perverse or disturbed way, the Faustian bargain way, the deal with the Faustian pact way, he plays the shaming mother, find others to play him wanting love and says no to them, and then hates them because flip-flop, they're angry at the mother. And this they can do their whole lives if they're not conscious. It's that part of the brain does not know time. Okay, so chameleons, um, iguanas, okay, etc., salamanders, they don't know time. So um, your energy and your memory circuits and your energy is driven in these memory circuits, pushing this wheel like and pushing you like that. So that's the idea. You want your energy for the present, but to get your energy to decaffect or deinvest your energy, you got to get to the present. You got to identify this stuff. Okay, find that the truth will upset you free. Narrative medicine, get the story. Resolve oppositional thinking. Okay, it's not either or. Discern your feeling. Study defense mechanisms. Free association, dream interpretation, piece together your story, be a detective. Try to now know what you couldn't back then so you can feel what you couldn't have felt back then. Then the thing is laid to rest. Then your energy, now you emancipate yourself from mental slavery. So now your life force can be for the present if you have a beingness there. The beingness is in the present, your life force is for the beingness. You don't have your beingness, your life force is for the past, which you're repeating. The present is always the past. You want, if you get your beingness, your life force is for the beingness. Now you're enjoying the present. Now you're a music enthusiast with many records. The healthy person is a music enthusiast with many records, many songs. But the neurotic, well, he'd love that, but the problem is he can't enjoy any other songs because he's only got the 145. He carries the same old tired 45 everywhere he goes. It follows him everywhere he goes. New situation, play that 45, play that 45. Repetition compulsion, the compulsion to repeat. So the pain is making us do it. We want to get out of it. It's unresolved with the mother. It's unfinished business with the mother. Come on, mother. What's wrong? What's wrong here? Well, the mother's impaired. She doesn't have the beingness to love the baby. And here we are, mother, where are you going to get out of this? You got to admit that your mother didn't have the psychic structure to love a baby. She couldn't love the baby. She was impaired. She's fused with her mother. She made the Faustian deal with her mother. She doesn't have a beingness to love. Like who loves? A person loves. The mother doesn't have a who, like a person there to love. Mother says, I love you, baby. Where's the I? Really? Where's your I? There's no I there. She can't love. And we repeat looking for that love. You're disappointed again. So you might go to the slot machine, promising, alluring, rejection, promising, alluring, rejection. Okay, the baby experienced a promise with the mother, a rejection. You repeat that. Look, go to slot machine. It promises you something. You're rejected. It's a familiar pain. It's a masochistic attachment to the sadistic mother. It's familiar. It's home. You're still there. You don't want to leave it because you're still there waiting for a better outcome. Really? Not making sense. You think if by chance you win something, you're going to get mother's love back in the past? Now, now they tease you. They might give you the pigeon thing. They might give you intermittent mini rewards to keep you hooked in like the pigeon. Now, there's somebody in the pool. Otherwise, I can't go to the pool part. Wow, geez. I've been a little absent-minded in this video. I feel a little I don't feel really present today in my video. I feel a little dreamy myself. Um, so, anyways, you'll see the quotes. That's the focus. That's the main thing. That's the main thing. Once in a while, I get into a flow and I have a good discussion. Today was very mediocre. I feel I didn't. It was kind of. Um, I thought the last recent ones were pretty good. Um, Generally, the videos are getting, I would say, a little better on overall compared to when I began. I was really anxious in the beginning, but I wanted to just get the thing started to get going. And actually, I could put a, see if I can play a song. Um, yeah, I can at least play our Brian Andre. Hold on a second. Oh, oh, that's how much battery I have without the plug-in. I barely get a minute, right? To the battery. This was a great phone. Yeah, I mentioned already. Honor 8S. I've had this I think for about 7 years, and it's light is very thin and it's very light, small, handy little thing. That's too bad they don't make these anymore. I was even gonna try to buy a second hand. I couldn't find it. So it turns out I'm having a hard time even using this for music. There's no battery in it, and it overheats and a storage problem. Um, so I finally had to let it go, kind of thing. Oh, there's the time. Oh, we got the time. Oh, we got the time. Oh, Brian Andre. Oh, it even shows it to you. Okay. Oh, Brian Andre. Oh. Ni Kaui. Nikaui. What can I play it again? The thing just rebooted on me. Let's try again. Hey, wait a minute. Let's try again. Ah, okay. Okay, thanks very much for the love of narrative medicine. Trying to figure out and know what we couldn't back then. Okay, the scarecrow, no brain, so we couldn't know. With known, it's procedurally known, implicitly known. The body knows it, the unconscious knows it, but we can't think it because the scarecrow has no brain. So that's first, right? And then soul fragmentation, right? So we couldn't know it. Tin Man can't love, can't feel, heart missing, can't be in the present. And then disembodiment, the lion, things are fragmented. So we want to line up, okay, head, heart, body, line it up, sync it up, get it lined up. And Dorothy's part of the system is trying to do that. So we got to kind of be like Dorothy, right? And line things up again. So the key image in the Maiden King story is that when the Firebird appeared, okay, and the Firebird, when the Firebird rose, okay, then the pin popped out, then the feelings came back. We're good. We got our beingness. So we had our beingness. We lost it. Want to get it back. We want Snow White back, Rapunzel back, the Maiden King back, okay, and so on. We want Echo to come back. Echo was the soul of the person, right? And Echo was split off like that. And then you see the psychology. The narcissism means the person ignored their feelings their whole life. They were trapped in the mirror, trapped in the mirror. Echo is often you know, there's no communication with Echo, the soul. So Echo became a statue like that. So Jesus Christ, if you know the truth will set you free. Resolve either or thinking, get both and thinking. Discern the seeds between feelings versus sham feelings, i.e., rationalizations, neurotic pride, narcissistic injury, the sham stuff. It's just defensive stuff versus real feeling stuff. That's called separating the seeds from the pile of seeds. Okay, all this someday stuff, face that. The doomsday stuff, you got to face this doomsday thing. No, it's no baby's responsibility to save a traumatized mother. They can't. They want to. They want a loving mother. Out of the pain of it all, they think they're being punished. They're defective, no good, guilty, dues, debt, and they're loyal now. And then they'll be dysfunctional to maintain that tie. They'll be dysfunctional to still hope one day mother will be healed and mother will provide the love. So you don't want to give up that hope. So you maintain dysfunctional to maintain the hope. So how do you break free from that? You got to face these doomsday kind of things. Upgrade these false beliefs, these existential beliefs. It's no baby's job to save a traumatized mother. They can't. It sounds very uh, honorable that a baby's going to save their mother. Okay, but come on, it's too much pressure. He's helpless and passive. He needs mother's love. He never even got mother's love to return. Like, oh my God, that he feels guilty and defective because of that. He wasn't born with it. He just thought that post the trauma. And then nature does the rest, right? Nature does the rest. So back to the Twilight Zone, the Shatter Day, right? So someday, moan day, Tuesday, wound day, thorn day. So when you do the free association, right? The broccoli boat, free association, dream interpretation, broccoli boat, okay? And you face the Baba Yagas, right? Um, when the thorn, okay, in the film Kirikou and the Sorceress, there's an image there of the thorn being pulled up. So that's like a kind of like the freedom now. Like now you're gonna get free day, the release. So from the wound day, you're gonna find that point where something can just release in you. Um, it could be minimal, like little ones or major ones. That's called healthy abreaction, okay, purification or cleansing or healing. Janoff calls it like a primal healing, a little confusing term. So you see the thorn pull, and then the whoosh. Now you're free day. Again, someday, moan day, Tuesday, wound day, thorn day. Thorn day leads to the free day. Now you're free. When you get back your embodiment, you're free. You're going to be embodied. Strange feeling. Can you maintain it? If you do, the false self on Saturday shatters away, dissolves away. That was that idea. Other good Twilight Zone episodes are Wong's Lost and Found Emporium, Gabe's Story, Memphis, um, Take My False Life Please, about the comedian one in hell, that one. The Doberman Pinscher one, that's an emotional one. Um, start. Let's just keep it there. So let's just stick with those four for now. So your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to pick one quote from today's batch, see if you like it, email it to yourself, good enough, make a note about it maybe. Okay, and then to watch The Forbidden Planet, 1956 science fiction classic, cult classic film, Forbidden Planet, and regard it as a metaphor that there is such a thing as an unconscious, and the sci-fi points it out to you that it's from within, it's from with Morbius, so it's not external, it's within like that. The follow-up, the Star Trek follow-up, okay, Requiem for Methuselah, season 3, episode 19, the original Star Trek. That's the one where Spock plays the piano. and the two guys fighting over a robot woman. Jesus Christ. Um, Thinking she's perfect, missing blissful ideal. Because he spent 10,000 years perfecting this robot to be a perfect. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Okay, and then back to Twilight Zone. The, the it's a grisly looking film episode called "Nervous Man in a $4 Room." The scenery, the setup is kind of grim like that. I mean, depressing. But stick with it. It's a good message. You see the um, you see a pitiful guy looking in the mirror, and he sees his conscience, the good part of him, some memory of when he had esteem, some memory of when he was loved. That voice is coming to him. Even if it was just in the uterus, that voice is coming to him, and that voice is saying, "Look, let me call the shots. Come from me now. Don't come from your false one. Come from me." And he's spinning around to choose. And then the Saturday, of course. Okay, and then Wong's Lost and Found Emporium, Gabe's Story. That's a great one. Those are great ones. And Memphis, I would include Memphis sort of in the top tier there. And then the fourth one is to see, Take My False Life Please by the comedian one. He had to face his shame. Okay, the shame is a burning, biting feeling, symbolizes hell. Hell is a burning, biting feeling, the image. So he was sent to hell, meaning facing shame, and he had to face shame for again 20 years. Again with the 20 years, common midlife focus. Oh, there's the moon. Oh, hang on. Are we getting the moon up there? I don't know if you can see it, but oh, there he is. Yeah, there it is. And I would highly recommend reading Ann Teachworth's book, Why We Pick the Mates We Do. It's in its sixth printing. It's a little bit famous, not widely famous, but it's a very good book. Very good book. I'm reminded of a book called Unloved Again by Elan Golem. It's a self-published book, iuniverse.com. Um, Another recent good book we discussed is the one called Fight Against Fears, 1951 book about a journalist reporting about the experience she had with her shrink. And so she shares the insights she received from the shrink, a guy named John Thurot. Very good insights there. We posted 4 videos of her work beginning at 2822. So another mission, should you choose to accept it, is to go to 2822 and read those Lucy Freeman quotes. The Janov quotes are very important in our collection, 2745 to 70. The Paul Libby Russell quotes beginning at 2119. The Morton Keeson quotes 2291 and 2. There's a comic called Psychoanalysis, Dark Horse Publishing, excellent resource. Best introduction, best 101 to psychoanalysis, Dark Horse Publishing, a comic called Psychoanalysis. They show you 12 therapy sessions in comic form, but the script is very good. It's a very good introduction. Masterson's book called The Search for the Real Self, excellent book. Karen Horney's book, Our Inner Conflicts, another classic. And let's maybe wrap it up here, right? Okay, let's wrap it up here. Any final closing thoughts here? The pigeon joke. Should we do the pigeon joke? Oh, jeez. Uh, there was a woman who didn't want to face the pain of aging like that. She was in her 40s or something, but she still had the narcissistic wish that if she can get a lot of money, that could be mother in the past. So she still had that hope to be rich and wealthy like that. But she's getting older; it's not coming true. And she heard this idea about reincarnation that, well, maybe she can think in her next life she'll just keep on going like that. So she asked some guy who's kind of knowledgeable in this area, um, a guy named Behrman, Steve Behrman. Mr. Behrman, you know a lot about these New Age things. Um, what's going on with this reincarnation? Now, him sensing that she's um, afraid of getting older because that means she has to give up uh, that hope that she'll get mother's love in the past, a lot of pain like that. So um, he knew that she was using the idea of reincarnation as a defense mechanism to not face the pain of her current life or something. So he answered her, "Oh, oh, it's funny how things work out," he said. "I once knew this guy who wanted to be wealthy during his lifetime. He was reincarnated as a pigeon and made a deposit on a BMW." So he wasn't mocking her, shaming her, obviously. He was just validating her concerns in a fun little way like that. Because she was angry, hence the play like that, play of words like that. We have a very old quote in our collection. It's a kid's one. Um, the little 8-year-old boy or something wanted his father's attention, um, and he was busy with work and all this. So the kid was, pulling on his trousers or something. So the father opened up a magazine and found a world map in the magazine, and he believed um, that his son had never seen a world map before, and his son loves jigsaw puzzles. So he got the idea to take out the world map um, and give him like a jigsaw puzzle. So he put in little pieces, handed it to the kid with some scotch tape. "Okay, kid, I got an assignment for you. Um, I want you to repair the world, fix the world. You never saw it before, right?" "No, I never." "Oh, that take him time, right?" He runs off. A few minutes later, he comes running back very quickly. "Hey, Dad, I fixed the world. I repaired the world. You never saw a world map before, right?" "No, I didn't. But when you ripped that page out, I saw that on the back of the world map there was a man. I saw the man. So I turned the pieces over and discovered that when I repaired the man, I repaired the world." For the love of narrative medicine, we'll see you in the next video. Thanks very much. Today's featured song is Nikaui by Brian Andre. For the love of narrative medicine, I'll see you next time.